testing, talking about pleb mining, heat.
mapped out, you're going to become the big player. Mining right now is not a pleb game, unfortunately. As much as I want it to be, I'm not saying that like don't try to get into mining. Like you definitely should, because it's a snowball effect type deal. But I think that it's going to be coming back to the plebs very soon, and it's probably going to hurt along the way for a lot of people into Bitcoin. But that's why I like to say that government regulation and restrictions on mining could end up being the best thing for Bitcoin.
Yeah, you just reminded me one thing I meant to say when you were talking about hash boards and open source and stuff like that. It almost seems like there's a large untapped market for chip manufacturers, ASIC manufacturers, to say, okay, all this silicon that's maybe 1 nanometer process older or whatever or whatnot, we can kind of sell this to this target market that is intending to use it for things like heat reuse or this distributed network that's sort of a safety net. Sure, if something catastrophic happened, you have all this distributed hash rate that serves in the background, right, to protect the network. So my thought there is, maybe we will see teams and infrastructure teams and development to say, you know what, we can work on a chip that is maybe not the cream of the crop, the top notch.
But the problem is, I mean, they're using Intel chips for their boards, and that it just goes to show you that like we're at the point where we're trying to get that open source hardware, but we're limited at the chip level. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out, and I'm curious to see how that claim of the 2 nanometer 5 joule per terahash mining is going to be. I don't think it's going to happen, but we'll see.
Be it regulation or form factor, heat reuse, efficiency. All this goes to show how early we are in mining. I heard this, I think, in Nashville at the Mining and Energy Summit, but being in mining is like being in oil and gas 100 years ago. Everyone has no idea what the hell they're doing, and they're just figuring it out along the way. These are all vector indicators. We're pointing towards the right direction, some final solution. We'll see some plateau in improvements from Moore's Law to where the hash physically manifests, which pools show to be the best for the network. Be of your own opinion what you believe that to be. So all of these things I think are interlinked, right? We've kind of got a Venn diagram going on here of decentralization, heat reuse, on-grid versus off-grid. So yeah, thanks for listening to us chat through those things.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I wasn't going to give any closing remarks or anything.
Give it.
I'm joking. I want to be very clear in when I say that I'm the biggest mining fudster. I still love mining. Do not let that scare you away. Definitely go on eBay, see what kind of old miners you can get for, the reason I got into mining was I got 3 S7s for $40 and on eBay. 2 of them didn't work, 1 of them did, and then it went down from there. Now I'm giving talks about decentralization and stuff like that. But yeah, enjoy. We have a lot more coming up, and happy having.
Let's give it up for Tyler and Tatum. Thank you guys. We're gonna take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. Our next panel has 3, so we've got to do some rearranging here. Make sure you've got some food in the back. If you want some drinks, we've got the keg. We've got non-alcoholic drinks. We've got merch for sale. We've got a bunch of sponsors here. A lot of Bitcoin companies. Help yourself. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
I don't know how. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test. Test, test. Oh, there we go. Okay. We are good on that one.
Which mic? This one?
Is that blue?
Yeah.
So we talking about
Test, test, test. 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 You got it? Nice. That's good.
Okay, we get everyone up stage. Can you grab Adam? You're from Luxor, right?
I am, yeah. Are you Adam?
I am.
Oh, nice. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. So what are we, like, where's MC?
I don't know what the plan is.
I feel like I'm sitting on a throne, man. I feel like I want a stool rather than a nice big chair. Is Mark Lee coming out?
So you're with Upstream then, right? Nice. You got one of your guys' black boxes in my bag. It's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I do a lot of...
The fiber off the job site.
I did,
Yeah, and met everybody too. Some people didn't. I was like, guys, you don't need to go through this off. It was meant to be an extra for your intake.
Right.
But, you know, people... Did you have to cut your own hole, or did you get one after you cut a hole?
No, I cut my own hole to run cables in.
Good.
And then on the exhaust side, I actually went down the rack, no, but went down
Are these mics good or no?
That's your mic. Get pretty close to you.
How's that?
Yeah, as close as you like you can become comfortable.
I need to just hold this.
Yeah.
Is it working?
That is a problem. Might move your tree. It's
No, I got it.
kind of just taped on there.
I mean, are these on?
Yeah, that's live. You have to keep it kind of close. That one's swivel.
That's all right.
Hey Tyler, I'm David. I don't know if I've met you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Maybe we did meet.
A couple times.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just lift the hat. I couldn't see your face exactly.
Okay, we're gonna get going with our next conversation, the halving miner's perspective. On stage we have David Erlacher, Adam O, and Tyler Bain. Each of these people have worked at mining companies or energy companies, so if you're interested in what happened with the halving last night, these are the three best people to listen to. We got a half hour of each round. Give a round of applause for each round. Let's get going.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll kick it off. Is it coming through speakers? Because I don't hear anything. How about now? No? Nothing?
Try to go with this.
That's all right. If theirs work, are we going to have to pass this?
Yeah, it's passive.
All right.
Testing.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start it off. My name is Adam O. I work with a company called Upstream Data. We build oil and gas Bitcoin mines. We're really an oil and gas service company. We're a full fabricator, but our primary product line is for, to help oil and gas producers mine Bitcoin in the oil field on their wasted hydrocarbons, mainly flare gas, stranded gas. I'm blessed to be here. Big shout out to Zach. Big shout out to Will Foxley for putting this all together, the Denver Institute. Tyler Bain here. I'll let you introduce yourself, but Tyler was my first Bitcoin friend. I went to the wrong Bitcoin meetup and he was talking there, and he just blew my mind and enlightened me into so many things. So certainly listen to what this guy has to say, and I'll take a minute.
Yeah, appreciate the introduction. Yeah, I don't know. I think that having's been pretty interesting. There's the impact on miners is obviously the subsidy's been reduced by 50%, but the hash price has in fact increased due to some of these fees that we've seen going up. So I don't know. It's a spectator's sport, like I often say. So yeah, that's what I got.
Hey there, I'm David Erlacher from Luxor Technology, and Luxor is a Bitcoin mining company. We have a mining pool, custom third-party firmware, LuxOS, which I work on, and we're involved in other aspects as well, financial aspects such as hash price derivatives, hash price index. So as Tyler mentioned, that hash price post-halving actually increased. The big reason for that was runes. And I mean, how sustainable is that going forward? It's hard to say. Obviously, the block subsidy we have is 3.125. But as a mining company, we're positioned well going forward. I think we're going to see a lot of new tech. The guys before were talking about basic chip tech, nanometer process, that kind of things. We're going to see machines continue to increase in efficiency, just like we always have. And part of that's dictated by Moore's law, and just like Bitcoin is an exponential curve, Moore's law is also exponential in the sense of how small we can keep making transistors to keep making the ASICs more efficient. So there's a lot of interesting things there, and I think Bitcoin is so tied into technology, energy, financials, and so many things that sometimes we don't think about. And that's one thing that makes me excited to be a miner with the background that I have in electrical engineering. I just love the tech side of it. I guess I'll pass it back over here to these guys.
Yeah, throw that microphone. I mean, I kind of want to stress this point, right? This halving was absolutely, utterly unprecedented. It was the first time in Bitcoin's history that immediately following the halving, hash price is up 65, 75%, right? Like, that's huge. It's unprecedented, doesn't really describe it. But one thing I really like to talk about with Bitcoin is, and in the mining context, is Bitcoin is just like every other commodity, right? Think about sugar or cinnamon or salt, right? I made this example a couple of days ago where if tomorrow you guys woke up and the price of salt was like $20,000 a pound, I mean, I would like drive to the ocean, haul back a bunch of water and boil it and produce salt, right? And everybody would be producing salt. And the supply would increase and it would push the price down. Same thing with oil, right? If you imagine the price of oil going to $1,000 a barrel tomorrow from $90, what would that do to the next 10 months of oil production? It would go through the roof. Bitcoin is the only commodity where the price could be $1 million tomorrow. The exact same amount of Bitcoin is going to get produced. So, as much as Bitcoin is like every other commodity, it's unique in the sense that it has a perfectly inelastic supply, right? It has a pre-programmed supply. So the mining game, in my opinion, is, it's just like a commodity game. It's like producing coal or producing copper or gold, but on an exponentially more exciting level because it's unique. Humanity has never experienced anything like this, right? I mean, again, if basil was $50,000 a pound, I would have basil plants all over my house tomorrow, right? With Bitcoin, it does not matter. All that happens is more people come to compete for the exact same amount of that resource. And I think it's a tough mind shift to think about the type of price upward slippage that can happen when you have a commodity that has a perfectly inelastic supply, right? So, transaction fees went from 9.5% of block reward before the halving. They're like 700% of the block reward right now for the last 100-something blocks. We are living in interesting times, and I think to the last panel, I like to call home miners or pleb miners, I like to call them guerrilla miners, right? This is a guerrilla miner right here. He has one of our upstream data black boxes. I've probably sold a Bitcoin mine to at least a dozen people in this room. I think participating in this network, I plan to fight with a ton of electricity just for a handful of sats, because I truly believe these UTXOs are way more scarce than anybody's giving them credit for. I think on the electrical side, it's going to impact it in a big way. Tyler, you can probably speak to that as well.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah, I like the point on supply and elasticity. I think that's often overlooked. The supply curve doesn't care about the demand, which doesn't exist for anything wheat, beer, gold. If the price of gold goes up, we're all going to go hunting in Clear Creek for placers. We're going to be panning for gold. But yeah, talking about its effect on the electric grid, I think there's been a lot of coverage from mainstream media that shows that it is harmful and pushes the electrical prices up for all the other consumers. I think that couldn't be further from the case. It is beneficial for everyone that interconnects with the electric grid, that Bitcoin is consuming so much electricity. A rising tide lifts all boats, and we see that. Bitcoin, especially in the Texas interconnection, we see that Bitcoin miners are very demand responsive, so they'll shut off as the price of electricity skyrockets, and they'll absorb some of that excess supply in times of abundance and help monetize otherwise wasted electricity. And Riot just announced that they've now interconnected, or they're in the process of energizing a gigawatt of Bitcoin mining north of Austin, Texas. And then apparently there's some other pretty mega mines up in Oklahoma where they're energizing 600 to 700 megawatts, which is massive. I think the Denver metro area consumes around 3 to 4 gigawatts in its entirety on peak load. So you're talking about 25% of the consumption of a major metropolitan area at one single Bitcoin mining site. And so the amount of support and financially and frequency support that these Bitcoin miners can provide for the electric grid is unfathomable 5 to 10 years ago. And so it really, I think, opens up a unique future where Bitcoin is very symbiotic with the electric grid and not parasitic as a lot of the media coverage has shown. So I'll let you. Yeah.
I'll add a little to that. Energy, if you look at humanity and like our history over time, energy has been a driving force to improving life, basically. And Bitcoin is helping push that forward. It's pushing innovation in all areas, including energy generation and optimizing efficiencies, which can translate to other industries as well. And so all of that, I think, is really exciting, and I totally agree, Tyler. Like, those were some really great points. Adam, you talked a little bit about pleb mining and
Guerrilla mining. Guerrilla mining.
Guerrilla mining. Okay. And I mean, and I know the previous panel they had some things to say about that as well. But I think in the sense of like decentralizing mining, we're talking about these pubcos and their massive mini megawatt sites. But from a decentralization standpoint, just to participate as a miner, whether you want to call it real mining, pub mining, is exciting. And I think it's a rookie venture. But it is the big miners that are really driving some of this innovation on the electrical grid, helping stabilize the grid, and really working with the energy generation companies to monetize it in the right ways so they can have demand response and things like that. And I think it's good for everyone at the end of the day, and it's going to keep pushing things forward. And that's what Bitcoin does. It just keeps going in the right direction, and it's a good thing. So all the naysayers, I don't know what to say.
No, let me push back, right? So I think the miners most likely to fail are the big miners. I think the pubcos are in the biggest trouble because I have dozens and dozens of customers. Now they may not be at a gigawatt scale, right? But they can't compete with my customers. My customers are using waste energy, right? And I also have customers that, we shipped out a bunch of black boxes to a greenhouse. Instead of using a bunch of electricity to supplement heat their multi-acre greenhouse facility, they decided to mine Bitcoin, right? So if you think about that, like me personally, I've heated my home for 5 years with Bitcoin miners. You can mine at a loss and still justify it, right? I can spend, if my heating bill is normally $200 a month, but instead I start mining, and even if I'm mining at a loss, I'm spending $250 to make $220. Well, I just moved my heating bill from $200 to $30, right? And then Bitcoin price goes up 15%, I'm even. So when it comes to heat reuse, a lot of these big public miners, I don't want to call any of them out, but I see these gigawatt projects, and they're not reusing a single joule of heat. And all I think to myself is, how are they going to compete with the people I know, right? Because the people I know, I'm working every day, I'm busting my ass, working with people who are going to crowd them out. These big miners think that they're, one thing that Tyler has taught me and can speak to in great length, right, is Bitcoin mining is probably the most perfectly competitive market we have in the world. And if you know anything about economics, in a perfectly competitive market, price equilibrium lands where marginal revenue equals marginal cost. And what that means is scale is punished. You're not rewarded for going bigger in Bitcoin mining. In fact, you dilute yourself. Every extra terahash or extra hash you bring on yields you less return. So I think Bitcoin mining is a game for guerrilla miners. When I say guerrilla miners, I mean GUERRILLA, guerrilla miners, right? Like guerrilla warfare. I think Bitcoin mining in the future, as chips commoditize, I think my toaster should have a Bitcoin chip. Why am I wasting electricity to toast my bread? It might as well be hashing. Why isn't it that when I hit my brakes in my car, why doesn't a chip spool up and mine a little bit of Bitcoin while I'm coming down I-70? Like, as chips commoditize, I think mining goes everywhere. It travels to all the waste. It travels, and it's insidious. through all aspects of electrical distribution and consumption. And these guys that have spent billions of dollars building permanent infrastructure just to mine, not reuse any heat, they've got a good deal with an ERCOT or a power provider. They ought to be scared. If they're not scared right now, I think that their leadership needs to change, right? I mean, if I was in their shoes, I'd be having a hard time sleeping. I'd be thinking differently because their capital won't save them.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Economies of scale are punished in a perfectly competitive market, and I think Bitcoin is possibly the most competitive market that you can. Bitcoin mining, at least, is the most competitive market you can theorize. I remember in economics class, the example the professor would use for a perfectly competitive market would be like a farmer's market buying and selling tomatoes or some other homogeneous good, and on every metric that you would measure that competition on, Bitcoin is more competitive than a tomato market, if it were a farmer's market. So economies of scale are punished, and over time the competition continues growing, in large part because some people have free or negative cost energy. Other people are reusing that energy, so they're getting, they're utilizing it twice. There's a lot of competitive advantages that guerrilla miners can deploy where a large-scale miner cannot. However, I think there's still going to be a market for both. They have such an advantage on the purchase power cost, but I like the spectator sports term because for me that's exactly what it is. I like to witness the ebbs and flows in the data. So it's interesting to see. So for example, the Bitcoin reward from 6.25 and it dropped to 3.125. And that next block that was supposed to be 50% reduction in reward, there was 40 Bitcoin that were rewarded to miners in that block, in large part due to fees and a lot of speculation and Lord knows what. But it was fascinating to see it, like you said, 700% the anticipated reward. Who would have predicted that? No one. I sure didn't. It's fascinating to watch and witness, and that's why I call it a spectator sport. So.
Yeah, watching the blocks roll in last night is really fun, really interesting to see that spike. Yeah.
Right. So like I don't know if you can even see this, right? So I don't know if you can see this screen, but this is effectively like the price of a barrel of oil for a Bitcoin miner, and it was supposed to just drop in half. And instead, we saw this immediate drop, and now we're up like 75%. Right? And like you said, I don't mean to say that it'll be a guerrilla miner game in the future. I did some research recently. I think about the big hotels in Vegas, right? Like how much money does the MGM Grand spend to have unlimited hot water for its potentially 7,000, residents, and I think it has 18 hot tubs and like 7 pools, right? Like they should be deploying water-cooled Bitcoin mining systems instead of just, using natural gas or boilers to have that hot water. We're so early in the game that people need to start thinking differently about how we not just upstream, take care of waste and energy that's produced upstream, but all the way, downstream to the consumer. Where does Bitcoin fit in? Because I think it bleeds through the whole stack.
Yeah, and like on that note, it's kind of tied into some of the stuff I was talking about earlier, just the innovation that Bitcoin leads us to because of the technology that it is, and some of the things, Adam, that you're talking about that you guys do. We're repurposing flare gas. Flare gas, just flaring gas and burning it off, is far worse for the environment than hooking that up to a generator and then mining Bitcoin. And then the oil producers that used to just be wasting that gas, they're not making money. So it's really incredible the innovation that Bitcoin's able to. And Zach was giving me a sequel. We almost love that.
Yeah. Well, can I speak to the money on that real quick?
Yeah.
Can you make it fun?
I just want to say thank you all for being here. I didn't even know if I'd make it today, but I decided not actually to be here, and I'm having a blast. So thank you all. There's a lot of booth in the back. All the t-shirts are free. I've got some mining hardware back there. Come see me if you want to talk about mining or some of the gorilla/clan mining stuff. But yeah, thank y'all. It's been great being here. And I'll start passing it back this way.
Yeah, stoked. This is awesome. Great opportunity. What a great party. Kudos to the organizers. Yeah, happy having, and cheers to the next 4 years.
Yeah, happy having everybody. Thanks for coming. Pay attention to Bitcoin, right? It's a spectator sport, like you mentioned with flare gas. You know, I have customers who, instead of selling gas to the pipeline for $1, they're making $10 per unit of gas. I mean, it's almost actually right now we're at like a 17-cent hash price, so it's probably 12 times more profitable to mine Bitcoin on gas rather than sell it. So, I mean, this is as disruptive of any technology. This is the internet of money, right? So, thanks. Cheers, bro.
Great being up here with you guys.
Yeah, this was excellent. I definitely need a t-shirt.
Okay, stick around. We have conference mining backstage next. They're going to be breaking down the Bitcoin ASICs that you've ever seen or have not seen inside of a Bitcoin miner. We want to stick around for this presentation. We have Caden and Eli coming to the middle, so look out for that table. Again, they're going to be breaking down the Bitcoin ASIC miner, showing you the nuts and bolts of what is the Bitcoin mining network. Give us about 2 minutes to get set up. Grab a chair if you haven't seen something like this before. It's definitely for you to see.
Put it right here, I guess.
Okay, so I'd say one of you guys needs to just hold the mic, pass it back.
I'm not doing this one. I mean, okay.
I thought you were. So just.
I can. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I'll follow you around.
Oh man, you already scratched your shit.
No. Oh my god. I'll keep going. Show must go.
Oh man, look what you did.
Hey, alright, and you're not going to do any scratches while you're up here? It's fine, we'll figure it out.
I get this camera set up.
I turned it down. Song in the back, but it's fine. Like there, you won't be able to hear it.
No, it's fine. I do not care one way or the other.
You should just talk through things while you're going, and then hand the mic to you.
Just a quick announcement, if you guys haven't got food or drinks yet, we've got food and drinks in another room. We got merch for sale. We're going to be doing giveaways later for anyone who's donated.
Tatum.
We start here in a few minutes.
Okay, we're gonna
get going. We have Eli and Tatum from Compass Mining to break down ASIC Bitcoin miners. This is also the art of ASIC repair. So if you have ever seen or not seen the type of Bitcoin miner, come take a seat. We have the SIC J Pro. Eli, I'll hand it off to you.
Can we just turn down a little bit of that? Sorry, I know it's a social event, but I don't know if anyone listening to me right there, but everyone, if you want to shut up a little bit, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hey guys, so one thing we want to preface before we get into this is that depending on the manufacturer of the Bitcoin mining working on may void the warranty that's here for the machine part. So I'm going to get into it. The first thing you can evaluate, I'll let Bill want to be quieter.
Hey, if you're in the back, could you jump into the room with the food if you want to enjoy more conversation? We definitely want you guys to converse. But if you want to learn more about Bitcoin miners, come to the front of the room, please, and just talk quietly amongst yourselves or take a seat. Again, if you want to have deeper conversations, we do have a room in the back with all the food where you can enjoy that. Thank you.
Hey, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If y'all if y'all were talking, if you could like scoot further back or at least just kind of keep it down in here. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. I just couldn't, nothing was changing. So she doesn't work in here, right? Thanks.
Hey guys, so yeah, we're going to be going over sort of like the systems that are interconnected on these miners and what you would want to evaluate if your ASIC doesn't work properly. So we're going to tear down as we go. But so the most important thing to start with is power. You know, if your power isn't correct, your miner's not going to work no matter what. So the first thing we want to do is you check the power cable itself in the multimeter, make sure it's 240 volts, and that will plug it in.
So, also want to add that this is kind of a step that you probably need to do before you get a miner if you're doing it at home. Because if you get one of these and you hold a multimeter to your outlet and it's like, oh, it's 110, unfortunately, this has turned into a paperweight for you. So,
good point, so let's say we plug the miner in and we don't get any power. One of the first things we want to do is disconnect the hash cords and then all the cables, plug it back in, and see if it fires back up. Because if one of the hash cords in here is shorted, then it will prevent any power lights from coming on. Control. So, physics, we're going to take the hat off of it, and then we'll go and remove the PSU hat. There are two screws at the top of here. And just slide it back towards it. So under here we have the PSU power cable, we have the data cable, those interface directly with the control board, and then we have bus bars, positive and negative. And then it'll just slide back towards it. That means our third screw out. So yeah, with a no power scenario like this, you want to go ahead and replace your PSU. And let's say you do 12, 12, 15, 8. And so after we get the power correct,
PSUs, right? The next thing you want to evaluate is the control board. So it's important to do a functions test on it to make sure that the IP report button on the front of it and the reset button work, because at scale, those functions are incredibly important. You also want to check the firmware upgrade, make sure it will take a firmware upgrade, because if you just send it out the way it is, it won't take a firmware upgrade. Eventually, it's probably going to corrupt, and the miner's not going to want to start. So, you want to pull the control board out of it?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Yeah. So there are 2 screws on the front of the faceplate, 3 hashboard cables connect to the rear back here, and there's the data cable and the power cable. So the faceplate comes off, all those cables come out, and then 4 fans as well. So let's say that you plug your miner in and you can't find it on the network. The first thing you want to do is hold the factory reset button down. It's like 3 seconds or so. And then after that, check and see if you see it on the network. If you don't have any network visibility, try to upgrade the firmware. If that doesn't work, or it fails on the function test, that's going to be more for replacement. And so, yeah, so this one is an analog logic control board. You can always tell what kind of control board the miner chooses in the factory based on the faceplate. This one's got a micro USB port in the front, so let's say you know it's analog logic. You go along with that SD card in the back, and like I said, that was a separate control board design, so you have an SD card in the front. So after you do the power correct, the most important thing really is making sure your firmware is correct. Otherwise, the miner's not going to hash properly. So after you get the firmware correct, you're able to go through the log and check the user interface. You want to make sure the fans work properly. If one of the fans fails, it's not going to hash. So on the newer firmware revisions and the control boards, some of them mark the fan like fan 1, fan 2, fan 3, fan 4. Some of them show fan IDs.
Yeah, one thing that's a really fun gamble to play is what fan is failing, because on original firmwares, it'll just say fan ID 0 through 3, but not tell you which one on the board. You can't tell how fast it's around, but there's a fan 4, fan 2, fan 1, and fan 3. On the newer ones, they'll actually say PCB ID fan 1, which is really awesome. If it doesn't, you literally just have to play unplug a fan and see if the same error keeps coming up. So.
Yeah, like if you're missing just one fan, like after you unplug it, whichever one you think it might be, when you power the machine back up and check the log, if you're not missing one fan, you know that's the one board to replace it. So after that point, the fan check passes. If you want to look and see if like the EEPROMs are decoded properly, if you have an EEPROM error, you can get all kinds of issues like no chip been found, no serial number found. Pretty obvious. Yeah, so we're going to pull the dashboard out. You want to get the 4 corner screws out of this. You don't want to take the middle ones out, so we just need the fan itself. And then you remove the 2 bus bar screws, one positive, one negative on the rear of it, to remove the dashboard. So back fan comes off. The dashboard cable. Yeah, you have to remove the dashboard cable first. But, so at this point, the dashboard will just slide straight up back towards you. And as the average miner is about 3 of these. They all interface directly with the control board. So say you get to the point where your firmware is correct, you make sure your fans are replaced. That's when it'll start looking for an ASIC there. So it'll check each of the boards for the number of ASICs that are in there. This particular one doesn't have a pick, so the boards can't run independently. A pick is a type of microcontroller with source voltage and base and stuff like that. So, and say this is going to take the E6 off of the ASICs. Yeah, so check your fans, pick the EEPROM are correct. That one is looking for ASICs instead of frequencies. So, if you go to the faulty dashboard, you can pull it out.
Talk about what it looks like with ASICs.
Yeah, so there's usually 2 types of ASIC here, like 2 main types.
says only finds a specific number of ASICs, it means like the RX signal that the control board sends out is properly all the way through the board, you terminate at a certain point. So it gives us a better idea of where we're going to look for ASIC issues, that we go to actually solder the component off the board. Yeah, so in the logs, like, for instance, you want to see, like, for example, you don't know the chips are on the board, you do want to see, like, check hold rate time. So if the checks change 0 more than once, for example, you check 3 times before it fails, like with a board like this, it doesn't have a big microcontroller in it. What'll happen is it can shut the entire microcontroller just for a custom operating system.
And also, like, you'll see it'll stop. So it's towards the end where you'll find the error, because you'll see, like, it'll say chain 0, find 126 A6 0 times, which is good. That means that board passed. Chain 1, find 93 A6 0 times. Chain 1, find 93 A6 1 time, and then it'll do it 3 times, and then that'll be where it basically stops, and it's like error, stop mining. So that's where your main error will be towards the bottom of the log.
The number is here, same as 0, basically, it'll check 3 times. Or like temperature sensor errors, between 2 and 4 temperature sensors on the board. You usually see a pixelized temp error.
Yeah, and when you get to the point where you can't fix anything yourself, i.e. power or control board, that's when you call Eli and he'll help you out, because you need to do this. He don't work for cheap, I promise you that. But yeah, that's basically ASICs and diagnosing them, and how you can see why your ASIC might not be hashing. So, thanks for listening. If you got questions, ask Eli. I'm not going to be able to answer them near as well. So, yeah, wait, where are we on time? You're good for me. You want to do a Q&A? It's kind of hard.
It's kind of hard to hear.
Yeah. You want to say we're done? Yeah. All right, thanks for listening. We'll find us around here. Happy having.
Okay, you can find.
So I had a power outage recently, and I got a GoPro that my mom's at home, so like I'm away from the mine, right? And mom's trying to fix it. It's a power cycle thing, right? I got a red light, and I got no idea. I log on my router, I don't see it. So like, is that just a fact? You gotta hold it for a while. Yeah.
Let the lights flash like 3, maybe 5 times.
And then check for the light. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't do it perfect. I'm just getting solid red and no ideas. So like it's just doing nothing right now. Well, what I was, did you hear about this thing with, like, if you try to, now BitDevs got this thing, if you try to use stock firmware. Right, so I was screwing around with Alvaro from Brains, and he was trying to, like, upgrade the firmware, and I'm wondering if it's a new enough one that, well, it's a newer miner. I mean, I would say it's like in the last few months, you know? So, like, I'm wondering if he might have bricked the thing on it because, you know, we're trying to put Brains on it, but, I need to evaluate it. We get yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it worked after he tried to install it, and it was still running on the stock firmware. But then after that power outage, then it was just like it wouldn't turn back, or it couldn't get an idea. So we got nothing. You know?
It sounds like it might have like shorted the control board or something.
remote control board. Those are for the fans. This is a much nicer miner than we usually. I don't know. Well, that's
Test, test, test. Test, 1, 2. Did you guys just hear that? Test, 1, 2.
6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, a decade. It's a few of us, all right. Around 6 years. So, I got asked kind of last minute. Should post some meetings on y'all, so go ahead. Go. There won't be anything new here for anyone that's heard me speak before. You're going to hear the same old stuff that I say all the time. I'm going to try to be a little bit more entertaining about it. Go. Might get triggered. Good. Ask yourself, why am I triggered by this? Like, why am I getting emotional about this thing that he's saying? Why am I offended? I find that helps me a lot when I get offended. Go. Am I talking about you? Yes, I'm talking about you. Go. I'm also talking about myself. We're on this journey together, right? So if I insult you, I'm insulting myself. We're going to get through this together. This is a cooperative, collaborative effort, building Bitcoin. Go. That being said, let's start the meetings. Go. Has anyone seen Idiocracy? About half? It's getting a little more depressing. It used to be pretty funny about 20 years ago. It's getting a little too real. Go. Every day I wake up, it seems like there's another psyop. Go. Go. Oh, we're off the board there. Tech companies are using persuasive design to get us hooked. Psychological warfare. Go. Apple's tracking you more than you think. Apple uses a permanent ID tied to your full name, phone number, birthday, email, and more. This ID number is sent to Apple alongside your analytics data to explain what you're doing to them. Big tech is exploiting mental health crisis to monetize your data. Go. Go. Google's been caught red-handed, lying and destroying evidence in trial. Netflix, $9 million fine for privacy violations. Go. Go. Facebook manipulated a bunch of users' emotions for science. Again, psychological warfare. JP Morgan Chase has just paid a total of $38 quadrillion in fines for basically being Dr. Evil in a company. Go. Censorship by Google has its own Wikipedia page. Go. 171 references on that page. All right? This is real shit. Go. So, you don't have to believe that you're in a governmental psychological operation, but you are. So, get used to it. Go. So, who's still got a Gulag account? Yeah, don't make fun of me. Go. What about all these guys? JP Morgan Chase. Why do you don't have to answer this, but you still have a JP Morgan Chase account? Anybody? You don't have to answer, it's okay. Yeah, some crowd ones in the back. Why? Go. Why do you have a JP Morgan Chase account? Go. Get a credit union. Seriously, go. Credit unions are
Like it's a no-brainer. I know, but I have my airline points, and they give me the cash back, and the 1%. Yeah, okay, they probably have those scams too. That's a PSYOP, right? Airline points is a PSYOP. I'm sorry to tell you that. Credit unions are awesome. Get a credit union. There's like 100 to choose from in this state. Any of them is better than JP Morgan and Wells Fargo. Use open source. How many people here use Linux? Woo, quite a lot. Microsoft, Apple, these guys don't care about you. They're monetizing everything that you do on their platforms. They don't respect you as a human being. Go. Be treated like a human being. Use open source software. It respects you and your freedom. Go. This is pretty creepy. Wi-Fi data can be used to map your body in your home. Now, I'm not saying this is the case, but Comcast has never denied watching you jerk off. It's all that weird stuff that you're into. Just saying, they've never denied it. Go. So use encryption instead. Don't get watched in your home jerking off or whatever it is that you're doing. It's none of anybody's business but you. You're not hurting anybody. Be sovereign. You can run your own stuff. It's not as hard as it sounds. You can own your own data. If you find an article, a video, a document, a CAD file that you think, oh, this might not be around in a few months. You know, I've seen this stuff disappear before. Download it. Own a copy of that. Give it to your friends. Go one more. Print guns. Do it. Print guns. It's incredibly not even illegal to do this. You know, it's like, it's illegal to go down the road in a vehicle that doesn't have a license plate on it. Not illegal to print a gun. Idiocracy. You go. But we got Bitcoin, right? Everything is awesome. Bitcoin, basically perfect. Am I right? Anybody have any complaints? No complaints on Bitcoin? Zero. Go.
I don't have enough.
Who did this? This is a rune that was being minted last night. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was one of y'all. Go. This is cut off. Go a couple times. These guys were all losing money last night, burning Bitcoin transactions, trying to mint runes. Go ahead. Let's talk about the kinds of Bitcoiners as I see them. We've got the predatory Bitcoiners. These are our centralized exchanges, or Coinbase, your Binance, Wall Street, your ETFs. They don't care about you. They're making fees. They're going to collect as much of this as they can. They're going to go opt in if they can, if we let them. Your ordinal subscribers, your rune minters, your gamblers, your casinos, Alphabet Boys, Fed, Snoops, all those good fellas. They're real into KYC, which is know your customer laws, anti-money laundering laws, which are nonsense. Regulations in it for the gains, basically. Don't care about anything but the profit. These are market manipulators and vultures. Go. Then we've got the majority of the Bitcoiners buying from the predators in almost all cases. You know, you don't have to think about it. Are you using KYC? Why are you using KYC? Centralized exchanges. What's wrong with JP Morgan Chase? They have a better service, like theoretically, right? This is grandma investors, your crypto bros. They think stacking Bitcoin is all you need to do to fix the world. If I just have a bunch of Bitcoin, no more problems, right? Poisoning the well at the same time with their dirty Bitcoins that are tracked and traced by these KYC predators. Paying all the taxes that they're asked to. Asking for permission to do what they have a right to do as a human being. Go. Then we got the lions. There's a couple of those in here, I bet. Where are my lions at? One. Make every spend a coin join. Why should your bank or anyone else that you transact with need to know anything about your transactions unless it's you and that party? Get on zero. Is anyone familiar with that concept? A few. This is the notion of use dollars less and less. This is blood money, right? Dollars are printed to fund wars, to prop up cartels and flood our streets with fentanyl. This is what the dollar is printed and used for. Inflation is a hidden tax, an attack on you and your ability to hold value. Go back. Lions are exchanging within their communities. We don't need exchanges. We don't need banks. Because look at how many people are in here. And there's someone here that wants to buy Bitcoin. There's someone in here that needs to pay some bills, and they need fiat to do that. Make those connections. You know, they say shake your farmer's hand, shake your Bitcoiner's hand, your miners. Find them local miners, because I know they're in here too. Right. Stay there. Not paying protection money to cartels anymore. You know what that means. Cut it out. Runs infrastructure and serves dangerous data, like 3D printed gun files, CAD files. Go. Because what breeds tyranny? Go. Complacency. We allow this to happen. This world that we see out there that we don't care for so much, complacency allows that. You can't be neutral on a moving train. Go. Man, you sound like a fucking lunatic talking about all this shit. Don't get me started. This is why they only get in 15 minutes. Go. You are the new founding fathers and mothers. Act like it. Any questions? Covered it. Yeah! Thank you.
Yo, give it up for David. That was amazing. Love that energy into the habit. This is how we're going to handle these next 4 years, with that kind of energy. All right, we've got another panel coming up in a few minutes. We're going to take like a 3-4 minute break. Hang tight. Probably don't even want to get up and lose your seat. We'll be back in a minute.
Up on here? I just feel like fuck. No. Let's do it. All right. I am gonna need a mic.
be able to see that. Okay, microphone. What's the name of your presentation? What's the title of your why easy?
Alright, thank you guys for your attention. Alright, thank you all so much. Our next presentation is by Hunter. Now, if you're involved in other coins, you're owning other coins, not just Bitcoin, maybe after listening to Hunter, you might change your mind. This is called Why Bitcoin Only.
Thank you very much, Zach. Hi everyone, I'm Hunter Beast, and I work for Debug, a company for digital Bitcoin assets. We're providing inbound liquidity for the event. If you have a Lightning purchase, please let me know how that goes. I want to start by proposing a tradition. The Bitcoin halving shouldn't just be about the halving of the block subsidy or the issuance rate. Nor should it be simply about halving Bitcoin, since I'm sure just about everyone here has been struck by tragic voting accidents where we lost some or even all of our Bitcoins, sats, or even bits as it were. Whatever we call it, we should gather every 210,000 blocks to celebrate the fact that we, as a species, have Bitcoin. We have it in our lives. We have it guiding our way. We have Bitcoin to thank for so much. And it's this day that comes roughly every 4 years that reminds us how important it is to us and all who need it. We have finally a way to break the historical cycle from the dawning of civilization, the adoption of a currency, the development of a thriving economy, only for it to one day be debased and destroyed by weak leaders. This has happened thousands of times in our history. Imagine now, if you will, a conditional hypothetical. If there were civilizations millions of years old, they would have had to have a system that would work pretty well for them. And some of them probably had the opportunity to observe humanity make the same mistake time and time again. But one day we eventually have everything necessary to build a system that's very similar to the one they use. So one individual takes it upon himself to intervene, to give us a push in the right direction. And once he was confident that the seed had been firmly planted, he takes off, never to be seen or heard from again. Unlike those who come after Satoshi, we do not know his true identity, for he never took credit. And I suppose it would be easy to step away if one were even here to begin with. Maybe Bitcoin isn't alien technology. It is, but I'll exercise some intellectual honesty. Regardless, we better do everything necessary to popularize the technology for the benefit of humanity, for that is what Satoshi would have wanted. Now, we come to why we should focus on Bitcoin only. This is bigger than any one of us. This is a civilizational imperative. Not adopting Bitcoin as the global currency poses an existential threat to the long-term survival of the species. That is the priority. Some might call me a shitcoiner for wanting to bring alternate units of account to settle on Bitcoin, but that's just the thing. If we tell others to use anything other than Bitcoin, we're not really Bitcoin maximalists. Bitcoin should be used for everything and without changing, but instead scaling it through technical innovations and systems of layered money. These high fee rate environments are transitory and will subside through scaling layers. Bitcoin is anti-fragile, and this only makes Bitcoin stronger. Lightning is a little more fragile, and I would like to take the opportunity to remind everyone not to force close the channels right now. As someone who works with Bitcoin layers for a living, I can tell you that we bring everything people want. We can bring everything people want. Let me start over. I can tell you that we can bring everything people want to Bitcoin without a hard fork and without compromising its security or value proposition. We can stick with Bitcoin and not need to be distracted by other things and other numbers, but crucial to this is to fit every potential electronic settlement onto the Bitcoin time chain. Why? As always, reducing trust in disintermediating custodians should be the ultimate goal of Bitcoin maximalists. Figuring out how people can derive the most utility from their money while also not compromising on what makes Bitcoinization such a strategic initiative for humanity to undertake. Additionally, one has to wonder why Bitcoin hasn't had more mainstream adoption by now. Certainly, mainstream media fuel fund has played a role, in addition to reluctance for regulators to give us permission to use a better money than the one they're in charge of. However, we must also acknowledge that one criticism Bitcoin doesn't do enough is somewhat valid. At least I thought it was until I came across the RGB smart contracts protocol and started using Lightning. These two innovations alone could be enough to address the criticism that can't be done with Bitcoin. It's only a matter of time until people come to realize that's no longer true, and they will be stuck with a choice. Settle Bitcoin on the Bitcoin time chain, being able to access natively and scalably the best store of value known to humankind, or stick with decentralized name-only systems that mirror the systems they aim to replace. Now, let me address other potential stores of value. Real estate is a shitcoin. If the global system of fiat currency collapses one day into a hyperinflationary debt spiral of the nation issuing the global reserve, then we will have no choice but to adopt Bitcoin as the money. At least that's how the theory goes. But if that occurs, then we'll be using a disinflationary money, which means that hard assets go down in value over time, not up. We'll soon discover that we've actually overbuilt and there's plenty of houses for everyone. It's just that companies like BlackRock have sold them as a store value on Wall Street. That regime ends with the death of fiat currency. This is going to ruffle some feathers maybe here in the Liberty Institute, but I'm going to tell you that gold is a shitcoin. So long as things continue the way they are, it's an inevitability that the gold supply will be debased by the abundance of the cosmos. With reusable rockets under development, terrestrial mines will be put out of business and gold will hold no monetary premium. Furthermore, it's arguable if it's even a decent store of value in this era of unprecedented financialization and market manipulation by leveraged and privileged bankers. Keep in mind, central banks are the largest holders of gold. And practically speaking, gold coins are easier to verify than a bar of gold-plated tungsten, but they cost 37% more than the gold they're worth. Precious metals in general are a shitcoin. For anyone who understands supply elasticity and stock to flow, which is one reason the halving is celebrated, it should be particularly obvious why any metal with weaker scarcity or demand than gold is an unsuitable store of value. When the price goes up and more can be made in response to demand, the commodity backing a currency ceases to be a reliable store of value. Dollars are a shitcoin. Between the petrodollar system and the eurodollar, it finances war and violence and destruction. We must end the Fed and get on zero. Ask me afterwards if you don't know what that means. Stablecoins are a shitcoin. They're constantly losing purchasing power due to debasement caused largely by government deficit spending and exported by monetary colonialism. Let's never forget, the end state of every fiat currency is hyperinflation. The dollar, like all currencies that came before Bitcoin, is going to zero. And it should be needless to say, shitcoins are a shitcoin. If one pays a fee token other than God's own Satoshis, or bits, they're securing the wrong network, and unnecessarily so. If what they want can't be accomplished better, faster, cheaper, and more reliably, and privately, upon Bitcoin layers, the days of I'm new and I'm building a better Bitcoin are over. There's no second best crypto asset. Damn straight. Now, I'm going to address some FUD if I have the time. You do? Thank you. The government will ban it. They can try, much as they try with firearms and other constitutional rights. But ultimately, as adoption and the number of Bitcoin wealthy institutions that adopt it grow, the likelihood they will instead just try to co-opt it grows with every day. As perhaps David would warn us of. If you can't beat them, join them. Bitcoin will still need to become legal tender one day, especially as the hyperinflationary debt spiral looms. Though you don't really need the government's permission to use Bitcoin. That's a whole fucking point. Energy. Bitcoin is being shown to balance the grid. In places like Texas that suffered a deadly winter storm just a few years back, they welcomed Bitcoin miners with open arms after they were banned from China the same year, and as a result, the miners shut off during periods of extreme scarcity, and subsequently, few have died due to the lack of electricity ever since. Bitcoin mining has saved lives. By creating the incentive to make more energy than is needed, the reserve is there for when there are emergencies. Additionally, its capability to incentivize methane capture from landfills and flare gas are game changers for the environmental movement. It's a no-brainer. We need to do more Bitcoin mining. If there's like one thing you can take away from this whole day, we need more Bitcoin mining. Mining sustainability. Some think we must change Bitcoin in order to save it, especially to continue mining it after future halvings. This fear discounts the price of Bitcoin greatly. Additionally, fees rise in response to market demand for new applications. Conversely, in response to congestion, demand will shift to layers like Lightning and eCash, and layer technology and adoption will continue to improve. Centralization. The diversity of node software is stronger now than ever now that there are differing opinions of which kinds of transactions are relayed and belong within blocks. This is up to the discretion of every miner, wallet user, developer, and exchange. Further, efforts to decentralize the mempool, such as Strategy 2, as mentioned earlier today, will address concerns over mining pool centralization. More people are running their own nodes supporting the Bitcoin network now than they ever have before. One moment. Privacy. Privacy. Plenty of tools exist for Bitcoin privacy if you know where to look. It takes time and effort and patience, but freeing yourself of the tyranny of the surveillance state is possible without needing to sell your Bitcoin for a privacy coin. Between joint market, Mercury layer, and improvements coming to Lightning, privacy will be found in better layers and wallets. Quantum computing. The threat posed by quantum computing is a legitimate concern. I think it's valid too. It's important to acknowledge valid concerns. But there's still time, and there are solutions to be had. The threat is not to mining, but to signatures. Still, we can update the signature algorithm from the soft fork to a new address format. There will be a transition period, and people will mine for lost coins, but ultimately, Bitcoin will serve out this challenge. Now, there is a sense of inevitability and righteousness to the Bitcoin movement. Nothing will get in the way of a system with perfectly aligned incentives, at least not for very long. Finally, as a way to appreciate the fact that we have Bitcoin on this auspicious day, it is important to support and promote the idea that Bitcoin is special, unique from all other things, and while it doesn't need us, we all need Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, there is no center. It is decentralized by default. But for us here in this room, we are the center. We are the center. Everything and everyone over 21 million. Thank you for listening. Thank you for joining me as we welcome the dawning of the fifth epoch. Happy halving!
Thank you, Hunter. You can find Hunter afterwards in an autographed copy of that epic Bitcoin poem. Hunter, you missed a fist bump over here, a few others there. Okay, before we get on to our next conversation, which is going to be about Bitcoin layers, basically it even syncs up with runes, ordinals, Bitcoin L2s, Lightning, and you ask some questions about what that means. Well, you're going to want to hear this conversation. We're joined by Red Sheet and Toby, walking through all these things with Bitcoin. Like, we're just putting some slides. If you are in the back, we ask you to take your conversations into the room with food. That's going to help us out in the front where the speakers are a little bit quieter. So again, if you're in the back and you have a conversation going on, we want you to stick around and just meander back towards the food, grab a beer, grab another taco on us. Also, I say with a quick shout out to our different sponsors for the event. There's the Casa booth over here. You can learn a lot about how to secure your Bitcoin, what are multi-sig solutions. We got the Compass guys in the back if you want to see Tatum, which is basic. Also, we have Luxor Tech. They have a bunch of free t-shirts. I think they're free, so we'll quote you on that. Among a lot of other sponsors. We have getting a good thumbs up for free t-shirts from Luxor. So go check out our sponsors. They made this event possible by paying for it. So go and say hi to them, your friendly neighborhood Bitcoiner here in Denver. We're just going to get these slides up on the screen and then we'll go in with Brett. And this is about Bitcoin layers. So ordinals, runes, you heard those words last year. We're going to walk through what does this mean for Bitcoin, how do these things get into Bitcoin, anything to do with Bitcoin layers. So I'll be here in just a few minutes. Thanks.
So if you're still having a conversation, maybe we can go to the back room there and finish it there. Otherwise, stay tuned. We're getting started. So I'm going to be talking about Bitcoin programmability in a few different ways because that is where I see things going for this fifth epoch. Bitcoin layers are coming. We do have some layers today. We do have a Lightning Network. We have Fetty Mints. We have these kind of tools. But we're going to be getting a lot more soon. Alright, so to give you a bit of an intro on how we got to this point today, how did we get to the point where programmability is coming up so much, I will chalk it up to two technical innovations that we've had in the last 12 months, one of which was ordinal theory, the other was BitVM. And I'll explain what each of these are for you. Ordinal theory, I'm sure you've all heard of, with the spam attacking the chain. Alright. Who has heard of inscriptions? Yes? Who knows the difference between an inscription and an ordinal? Alright, a few less hands. So, an inscription is just putting data on chain. That's very basic. Suppose you did this in the very first block, you put the New York Times headline on there, and I could put a JPEG or some text or whatever. That is just inscribing data. And it's seemingly random, doesn't really make much sense for your node of Bitcoin Core, but what ordinal theory is a strategy to index all that otherwise random data and make some sense of it. So if people want to be, creating some tokens or creating a pattern with these inscriptions, you would use something like ordinal theory to make sense of that. And this is just one meta protocol, and it's arbitrary. You could have atomicals or ordinals or really anything, and it's not enforced by the protocol. It's off-chain, it's an extra piece of software. So inscriptions, on-chain, ordinals, partially off-chain, that's how we index them. And then within the category of ordinals, you've got NFTs or BRC20s or runes. And these are specific token standards. So that is kind of how we drift between these three words that are very often used interchangeably. What we've been seeing in the last year and a half is that despite many Bitcoiners saying, Bitcoiners are sophisticated investors, we don't want shitcoins, it turns out Bitcoiners do want shitcoins. And we've had over $10 million in daily sales volumes for NFT platforms for over 6 months straight. Kind of hard to deny. People like NFTs on Bitcoin. Maybe the desire was there all along. I think part of the reason we're seeing more of this excitement is that people said, oh my God, people actually do want NFTs and other ways to build community and coordinate on Bitcoin. That is a lot of what we're seeing. You've got Ethereum and Solana and all these other chains that had a 10-year head start, and now they're getting blown out of the water in sales volume by Bitcoin in just how many months? So kind of crazy how fast that switches up. And the other aspect is revenue. So you can really fudge statistics if you're talking about daily transactions or users, because other networks have different definitions for these things. You cannot fake revenue. This is money people are spending. There's no way to signal or spoof the metrics. You are just spending that money. And what we've seen is a large amount of fees are coming from subscriptions activity and ordinals. So, in one dimension of this, we have users evidently liking these new tokens and products, services, whatever you might call it. And on the other side, this is seriously profitable for miners. We had over 100 consecutive blocks where the fees exceeded the block subsidy. That happened today. I don't know if it's still going. We might be way over 100 by now since I made this slide. But if you pay attention to the miner reward and revenue breakdown, this is very atypical. This is not normal, and it's happening because of these new tokens. The other side of the conversation on our way to layers, so we've established the demand. People want layers, we've seen that much. Well then, people say, all right, if we want layers, if we want to go trade shitcoins somewhere else, how can we do that? We don't really have the expressiveness in Bitcoin script to build bridges like this. We can't go lock it up. That's why people use WBTC on other chains. And yes, we do have solutions like Lightning and client-side validated protocols, but you don't have that full programmability in there. So if you were building on Ethereum, there's a lot more you can do with the smart contract language. The problem is we can't bridge to those other areas. So in terms of programmability, we are stuck in Bitcoin world. We have liquidity, we have users, but we don't have as many use cases, which some people might like. I'm a shitcoiner, I like the use cases. Well, BitVM proposed an idea similar to Ordinals in a way, in that we are doing some things off-chain. The difference is all of the verification is on-chain. There's no extra software. You don't need to run Ord with your node. BitVM is a strategy where, very similar to zero-knowledge proofs, I'm going to perform some computation elsewhere in a more expressive or cheaper environment, and then I will bring that computation back to Bitcoin, and I will prove that it was done correctly. So I can take this proof, this sequence of execution, I can represent it in something like the leaves of a taproot tree, and I can create a financial incentive that, hey, you said you did this thing, well, if you didn't, you can lose some money. We have enough programmability to do something like that with BitVM. So that's a simple example. Compute something elsewhere, and then bring it back to Bitcoin and verify it on Bitcoin. And that blows open the possibilities of what you can do. Bridging is the primary focus of BitVM. People are trying to figure out how can I take some BTC and securely put it on another chain. Really, the best we have today are multi-sigs or fully custodial solutions. That's really most of what there is. We do have some more trust minimized solutions, like if you look at Lightning Network. I don't need any other party to withdraw my funds. I can close the channel on my own. Now, as I said, this is not a fully programmable environment, so we can leverage an HTLC, a built-in smart contract on Bitcoin, but we can't make new ones. BitVM gave something more exciting that said we could have a one-of-n trust assumption, which is better than multi-sigs. So you can't see it too well. I've got a gradient here of sovereignty to more custodial, and it kind of goes, can we just have a unilateral exit? Like, only you decide. You get to take your money out whenever you want. You don't rely on anyone. And then we get a one event, which is we have 100 signers. If only one of them is honest, I can get my money out. Then you have your multi-sigs. Maybe you need 51 of 100, or you need 67 of 100. Or if it's at 15, you just need a majority. And then you have fully custodial, which is not really what you want. But we were stuck in, honest majority world. BitVM gives us some promises that we might be able to move up a tier towards better sovereignty. And that tier would be a one-event trust assumption. So, maybe you could run your own BitVM operator, and you're going to be honest, so if you're running one, you're good. But for other people, the idea is, if just one person in this whole group is not a crook, I can withdraw my funds whenever I need to. And that prospect sparked a lot of excitement. So we know that people want to do more with their BTC, and now we maybe have a better way to do that. It's maybe possible. This brings us to Bitcoin layers. And if layers sounds like an ambiguous word, that is intentional. They are not layer 2s. A lot of these networks market as layer 2s, but that is a strict definition. And the strict definition is that bridging aspect, the unilateral exits. So I'm going to get into what is a layer on a bit of a more technical level, and then I'll talk about the state of layers today, because we have a lot of live ones, we've got a lot upcoming. I'm using this vague definition. Any protocol that is scaling or adding functionality to Bitcoin, I will call a layer. I think I would call ordinal theory a layer. There's not this typical consensus like you have with other blockchain networks, but ordinal theory, the way we index all these other tokens that are currently blowing up the network, I would call this a layer. I would call Lightning a layer. This is a much more obscure layer than the side chains, but these side chains too are layers. So that's kind of what this space looks like. Anyone who is maybe aligned with it in that sense, when I say side chains, has anyone heard of like rootstock, stacks? There's a couple of these side chains that have been around for a while. Alright. Risk assessments is the fun part. And I'll go quick so no one falls asleep on this. But in my opinion, there are 4 things to assess with a layer. Unilateral exits, that's bridging, that's the big one. Can you get your money back? Data availability would be number 2. Lightning is great in these other categories, but in data availability, it has some risks. You need to run your own Lightning node. If you are offline, you cannot receive payments. If your Lightning node goes offline, there are ways to lose funds. So the sovereignty is a double-edged sword there in that, yeah, great, I don't need to rely on anyone else for data availability, but the bad part is you are the whole to your own mistakes. You cannot rely on this distributed network of people the way you rely on Bitcoin to keep running if you're not online, you're not paying attention. Past that, we have state validation, which is maybe an extension. Step 1 is, I want to get my BTC to this other environment safely. Step 2 would be, I want to make sure I can do things with it over there. Collateralize a stable coin. I want to do some fiat, things like that, while staying on chain. State validation would be the next step. And then after that, you'll block production. There's someone else to make the blocks. How do I know they're not going to censor me? How do I know they're not, just going to ignore me when I try to put my transactions through? So these 4 dimensions are really the way to break down all these layers. And it's very important to build these risk frameworks because we see people using orbitals, we know people want layers, and we know people are going to put their money on them. So we need a way to tell people which ones are safe to use. People need to understand the trust assumptions you're putting in place if you bridge your BTC into, over these other networks into, not real BTC, in fact, a bridged version of it. So this is why it's very important. And on the right side of the screen, I've got a list of maybe 30 or 40 of them. It's a bit hard to see them. But we have, I think, over 50 now announced layers. So most of these are now in production. People are trying to build them. But the BitVM idea got a lot of people only undercover Bitcoin maxis and Cosmos or Solana. And made them say, wait a minute, I think I can come home and build the things I want to build on the chain I want to build them on. That is why we're seeing so many of these layers pop up. And I've got a chart here that shows total value locked. So the money locked in some of these layers, it's more than doubled in the last couple months. and you've got certain networks raising hundreds of millions of dollars to lock in these networks before they're even live. So a lot of people, both in Bitcoin world and in crypto world, are locking up money in these ecosystems because their promise is safe, and I can do a lot with my Bitcoin here. I can take everything crypto does. I can do it with BTC. That's great. A lot of people don't understand the risks of these. They all say they're layer 2s. The vast majority are not. So we have money flowing in, and again, here is a concern. We need people to understand what is safe to use and what is not. So once we've looked at bridging kind of being the main thing, maybe we've got that figured out. We don't exactly get into that in a bit. But the other considerations are data availability. The reason Bitcoin is so expensive and everyone's minting a room today is because there's limited space to post your transaction all data. Now, that's going to get a lot worse once these rollups start getting production. It's effectively going to price out normal people from using Bitcoin because DA is a huge bottleneck. Now, other networks have different solutions that use block space that is specifically made for rollups, and all the L1 transactions happen elsewhere. The nice part is that is relevant to what people are Bitcoin exploring rollups on Bitcoin until months ago. Exploring them serious. And then I also mentioned is traditional bridge works is excellent in that it lets us do new things we couldn't do before, but it does not solve the bridging issue. It does not let you magically put your BTC somewhere else with no risk possibilities. So looking forward with layers, while some of this technology is still being developed, what we're going to see in this epoch, two things: a community rebalancing and a so the community is that BTC has a huge community. Bitcoin network has a comparatively small. A lot of people like to create synthetic versions of it, use it over on Cardano or whatever network they like. A lot of people hold BTC but don't use Bitcoin. And I know we have people in this room that use Bitcoin network. It is really a decentralized dynamic database that you can put whatever you like on, but not as many people are using it for that because there aren't as many use cases. Now that we see NFTs and shitcoins and all the other fun stuff people are doing in the casino, we see some more use cases. And that's just the first step. There are a lot of narratives and sectors that we're going to see come back to. So these narratives are stable coins. Tether started out on Bitcoin, but now Tether's got nearly $100 billion on Ethereum and other networks. People want to use the US dollar. This is the truth. People here in this room, people in this country, people in the global south where you have a much better chance of having a hyperinflated currency, people like the US dollar. It is currently a global reserve currency. Maybe it's a little overdue for a change, but today it is. People want to use it. That's a real use case. And all these narratives, like stable coins, all these narratives like DeFi, being able to lend my money and borrow money in trustless ways enforced by a smart contract, these narratives will be adopted on Bitcoin layers. We know people want them, and most people would be using them on Bitcoin if they could, they just don't have that option right now. So as these bridges develop, as we get unilateral exits, as we get true expressive layer 2s, we will have all the narratives and users of crypto coming home wanting to use these things on Bitcoin. Other sectors we will see, we've already seen a bit of NFTs, that is social coordination. People like to build communities. People like to coordinate in novel ways. People like to find identity in these communities. That is human nature. We're doing it on Bitcoin today, and it's only going to increase as you can add utility to these NFTs. Most of utility is a misnomer, but there are cases if you want, your points program or your ticketing, if you're the NBA or anything to live on chain, why would you put it on another network? So we're going to see those things come back. And then the other side is liquidity. Bitcoin has over $1 trillion market cap, but we have hundreds of millions of dollars in other tokens on other networks. This is because the use cases are there. If people want to get involved in physical infrastructure networks, which Bitcoin is physical infrastructure for money, you can have physical infrastructure for a VPN. Rather than using a centralized service in the middle, you can decentralize that. There are other reasons to run a node other than to mine. You might want to contribute other resources. So rather than contributing my electricity when I'm not using it, what if I do some video transcoding or computation for AI models, or really anything? I can rent out my gaming rig when I'm not using it. Why must everyone go to AWS for these things? Why can't these be peer-to-peer markets? Well, the financial layer of Bitcoin allows that, but also the cryptographic trust of blockchains in general allow you to build peer-to-peer networks with a lot more things than money. Right now, all these physical infrastructure areas live in crypto world, not on Bitcoin. Once there is the necessary programmability to build these narratives will come back to Bitcoin. So we have users, use cases, liquidity, all in other areas because that's the only place they can live. They can't live on Bitcoin. The programmability is not there. They're going to come home. They're going to live on Bitcoin layers. As I mentioned before, a lot of these layers are not what they say they are. They're trust assumptions. So that is a very important part. Is creating frameworks on what is safe to use and what's not, assessing some of that risk, and seeing how else we can do it without the tools we have today. So, Hunter was talking about we can do some very cool things today, no fork needed. RGB and protocols like that do let you create BTC derivative assets, similar to the way ordinal theory does. And, BitVM might get us part of the way there, but it's actually inefficient in a couple ways. The current models of BitVM today have big liquidity issues, so they're so capital inefficient that I don't actually think they can scale to millions or billions of dollars. And, the other point is, if you do not have enough liquidity to hold it up, you need to fall back to a centralized operator. So that one-event trust assumption that I said was really cool, there's a few asterisk marks on it. There's still a lot to be learned with this technology, and it's also, it's a general idea. It's not any specific implementation. So people are kind of still toying with that today. But Covenants is an idea heavily explored in the community that would get us a step past BitVM. Covenants essentially let you carry state to the next transaction. It lets you create a bridge with unilateral exits. You have specific exit conditions, and there are many ways to achieve this. There are many people trying to do it in different ways, but it generally comes down to a soft fork with a new opcode. So CTV is one of those, NAT is one of those. There are many different ways to do this, and I think people are just trying to figure out what might work best. I told you we have NFTs, right? Well, there's a group of people using NFTs to try to facilitate and fund and organize a soft fork. So now that we have tokens, we're already seeing people are using them to coordinate in novel ways, to raise funds for development in novel ways. Whether or not you like these things, you're shit out of luck, they're here. That you live by the permissionless protocol, you die by the permissionless protocol. People are going to build what they want, and obviously this comes down to the market telling them if it has any reason to exist. But the hill I will die on is that Bitcoin and crypto are not about money, they're not about freedom, they are about coordination, social coordination. And that is why I think people desperately want different ways and more expressiveness to coordinate, ways to set up different guidelines, try things out, iterate a little faster, iterate on governance, iterate on voting, iterate on all the different things that exist in crypto that you can put on-chain on a Bitcoin layer and leverage Bitcoin's security for, access Bitcoin's liquidity for. So all the things we like about BTC and Bitcoin network can be inherited by other modular networks. And that is what we've been seeing for the last year. And that's what I find very exciting, but I spend a lot of my time doing. So if you like all this semantics and computer science junk, please join us. We like to talk about this in risk frameworks. And otherwise, if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer them. Thank you. Yep.
I know we can put this stuff on Bitcoin, but should we put this stuff on Bitcoin?
The question is, all right, we can put this on Bitcoin, but should we? I'll bring us back to that note about permissionless protocols. If it can be done, it will be done. And should we? My opinion, yes. I absolutely think we should. I don't have a problem with alternative tokens. I think they help bring awareness to this whole space. I wouldn't know about this space if a friend didn't tell me about NFTs a few years ago, and I got into software development on a different network. And then I came on to Bitcoin, and this is where I spend my time now. But I think we should. Yep.
The hill you're willing to die on. Defend.
The hill I'm willing to die on, which was Bitcoin and crypto are not about money, they're not about freedom, they are about social coordination. I think money was the first iteration of using a distributed cryptographic network to coordinate people. Money is ingrained in most of the things we do, but I don't think it is the only use case of this technology. I think it just happens to be the first one that caught on. I think this, in general, comes down to peer-to-peer networks and how we coordinate. It's why our government is not pure democracy, because no one wants to vote all day. There are too many people to keep all these connections with. It's why psychology suggests that, people used to live in groups of 100 or 200. You can maintain that many relationships. You can't maintain 1 million relationships, but it is easier to organize that many people online when the trust is baked into the system. So that's kind of what I mean by social coordination, in that if I wanted to try out a new system for property rights, what are my options? Like, not the way we do taxes on houses here. I can overthrow a government, or I can write a research paper. Or I can spin up an environment and have thousands of people participating with millions of dollars involved within days. And if it doesn't work, I can spin up a new one, iterate a new one. We see this happen in crypto all the time. And I think it accelerates our process of learning how we coordinate and how these large systems of us interacting actually work, what works and what doesn't.
Why do you need Bitcoin? Why don't you just do it on your network that you currently have?
So why use Bitcoin for this instead of doing it on another network?
Why do that? Why not just stay where you're at?
My reason for that is I think Bitcoin is the most secure network, and I think it's the most sound currency. I think the other networks are a test net for all those things they're building. Where they really belong is on a modular Bitcoin layer, leveraging its security.
So if what you're doing makes it less secure, aren't you undermining the very foundation?
Good question. If what I'm doing makes Bitcoin less secure, am I undermining it? I think these are inevitable stress tests. Someone will try to build on this. I don't think it's an issue to stress test it now. I think it is worse to, I don't know, if I put my head in the sand and said I don't want to think about what will happen if people lose ordinals and cloud up the chain. I think it's going to happen at some point, so you need to try it, mitigate the issues, make sure the network is resilient. All right, we're going to wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
All right, good up for red. All right, next up we have Colin who's going to talk about stopping the EIA. That was a very hot topic fairly recently with Bitcoin miners. The EIA was basically saying like, hey, we need the exact coordinates of your miners. And so Colin's going to talk about that. And then after Colin's done, we're going to be doing the giveaways. So stick around till we got a raffle ticket. And then start gathering from here. I'm going to keep it quiet. All right. Well done. Here's Colin. Give it up.
And Will,
Thanks, Tatum.
Tatum, please. How do we look at the camera? I trust you. Okay, so we're going to join Colin to talk about EIA. Apologies for the audio issues a little earlier. We had some poor latency with the internet, so we're going to be rocking a one mic setup. That being said, this is going to be a pretty important conversation in terms of what's been happening with Bitcoin mining and the political scene over the last, I'd say, 6 to 12 months. obviously, we're in an election year with Biden versus Trump, but I think this conversation is going to have a lot of importance for Bitcoin miners going into the election cycle. So I'll give it over to Colin first for an introduction. I'll get into it. I'm Will Foxley. I run the mining pod, so that's why I'm up here. That's how I talk about Bitcoin mining a lot.
Well, thank you. I'm Colin Crossman. In addition to other things, I run Distributed Hash, and I've been in Bitcoin mining for a little while. I'm also an attorney, and I live up in Wyoming. But I guess I'll just go into the EIA. So back in end of January, the Department of Energy put out a demand for basically all of this information from Bitcoin miners, up to and including the latitude and longitude of all of their facilities, the types of machines. I think it had even included like serial numbers. They basically wanted to deep dive into every single miner, commercial miner on the grid in the United States, and their counterparties. So all, like, where do you buy your power? How much are you paying? What do your contracts look like? It was extremely detailed, extremely horrible. And they used this system of, well, I guess they used an emergency procedure to try to get everybody to do this, which would result in, first of all, nobody would actually be able to challenge it, and you had no time. And so, I guess backing up a little bit, when the government agency does this, it needs to go through what's called notice and comment, and this takes a long time, like 6 to 12 months, a very long time, and people get a chance to like say, hey, don't ask that question, ask this one, or edit it and challenge it and tell them they're idiots, or try to make it better or kill it. Well, by using this emergency procedure, all of that was taken out of the question, and they rammed it through. And oh, by the way, if you didn't answer it in like 10 days, you got a stupid fine and be a felony and all this other stuff. So, seeing this happen, I quickly wrote an article trying to figure out how you would attack this. And I guess I'll leave it back to you for a question, because I think I'm just going to ramble if I know.
No, that was great. Yeah, I mean, just to summarize it, I think it would be unspeakably American action by the U.S. government to pursue what they did with Bitcoin miners. Okay, so the first thing that came to mind for me is like, why was the government interested in this? Why was the EIA going after Bitcoin miners with a draconian, bureaucratic rule change in the 11th hour with no notice, and it was a $10,000 fine per day for not submitting your paperwork? I mean, this was something out of 1930s Germany. So why did this happen? Why did the EIA want this?
So the EIA stated an official reason. And we'll get into what I think there, which is actually speculation. But their actual official reason is Bitcoin miners use a lot of energy. Okay, that's true. It's cold outside. Okay, that's true. We think there's a chance that Bitcoin miners might cause a problem with the electrical grid. Okay, maybe, not really. That's not really evidence, but okay, I'll give you that one. Because something happened in 2018. But because it's cold outside, and by the way, Bitcoin's price is going to go up, so the miners are going to they're going to mine more. All right, but we need that now because it's cold. Yeah, that's their emergency. Something happened 6 years ago, so we need the information right now because it's cold. Okay, so now here's what I think actually happened, because, and just preface this with, this is entirely speculation. I know nothing about what's going on behind the scenes here. I'm just putting together things in my head. A certain senator from Massachusetts might have been putting pressure on the energy secretary in a hearing a couple of years ago, and oh wait, it's an election year, and she might want to do something with Bitcoin and try to go after these people because, oh, she doesn't like them very much and she wants to push her CBDC and all this. And the timing is really good with the halving. We'll do it right before the halving. And oh, the SEC just made these ETFs go crazy, so we should probably frustrate the entire situation all at once. And oh wait, if all these ETFs get big, we can go after them with a 6102. And the only way we can go after the miners is if we know precisely where their facilities are, so that's why we're asking for the latitude and longitude. So if you wanted to set up a big 6102 against the mining industry, well, step one is find out where they are and how much power they're using and who all their counterparties are. So I think that's why they were doing it, but no, really, it's because it was cold outside.
It kind of was cold outside in that time, so I don't know, I feel like it might have been. Okay, so I think the thing to zoom out here is like, why should we care about this? Yeah, there's these Bitcoin miners out there. They exist, they mine with a lot of power. Why do I care? I have a house with a dishwasher, that's all the energy I really need. Why should we care that Bitcoin miners are having these political pressures on top of them?
Well, obviously on a global scale, Bitcoin miners can move. So, I mean, China put pressure on Bitcoin miners, they all left. But, first of all, we're here in the United States. If they do something like this against Bitcoin miners, we're all Bitcoiners. Some of us may be miners, we may not like that. So, obviously there's a self-interest aspect. But in a broader system, if you push it out of the United States, it's going to go somewhere else. That's fine for Bitcoin. But first of all, you want a geographically disparate setup for obvious reasons. But second, we've got all this innovation here in the United States. We've got good power. We've got actual property rights. So on a broader thing is, if they can do this, if they can do this to one industry because they don't like that industry, then other industries that are maybe currently a little bit more, a little bit less problematic at the moment, they can just do that too. If they can shut off your power because they don't like what you're using that power for, that's a big problem. So that the precedent that was being set here was really bad. So we care in a broader system. But as to Bitcoin, this was I don't think it was the EIA's regulations were strictly specific to on-grid. They didn't say, they just said power users as a source of power. It was arguable that off-grid miners, flare gas miners, all of these other things were subject to filling out this EIA survey as well. And potentially, if you had a friend who let you, who you were hosting their miner in your house for, and they were paying you a little bit of sats on the side, well, are you subject to it? They didn't clarify that. So it was really a massive draconian problem. And at the end of the day, I think the goal for them was to seriously try to clamp down on this. And fortunately, we won.
No, it was a huge win, but let's talk about how that win came to pass. So, how many months ago was that?
February.
February? Okay, so what's cold out of that? What was cold? We had Lee Bratcher at the Texas Blockchain Council and Riot Platforms. Everyone's in Riot here. Give you a high five later. I don't know if anyone's in Riot here. Riot does have a Denver center, so they're in part of the Denver Bitcoin scene. But they put together a lawsuit and sued the EIA to try to stop this, and it did stop. But what does that look like behind the scenes? What does this look like to us who are not lawyers and we don't know how this goes? You were instrumental in that. Can you tell us a little bit about like the process to getting something like this stopped and preserving our rights and liberties?
So in this case, what was filed was basically a temporary restraining order and a motion for an injunction. And to give you an understanding, so a temporary restraining order is like a very quick, stop what you're doing, I'm the court, I want to figure this out, just everybody take a pause, we're going to wait for like 2 weeks and figure out what's going on. Don't enforce, don't do anything else. At that first hearing, And oh, by the way, that can be granted in like 24 hours. The case was filed, I think it was Thursday at 4 p.m. That hearing was the next day by 11 a.m. And the temporary restraining order was officially granted, I think, by 3 p.m. On that Friday. So this was really, really fast. And that basically just immediately stopped all the data collection and until the judge was able to finally rule. But the goal of the case on the part of Texas Blockchain and Riot was to get to the permanent injunction, which would prevent them from doing this at all. That's actually not what happened. We didn't even have to get there because the judge in his temporary restraining order pretty much said, I'm granting the TRO now, I'm going to grant the permanent injunction later, unless you guys can work it out. And so without going into details I probably shouldn't go and talk about, the government rolled over in a way I don't know if I've ever heard of before. The federal government doesn't pay attorney's fees in general. They did. They not only agreed to shut down the program, they agreed to cancel and delete all data they had already collected. And if they wanted to go back and do it again, they'd have to refile from day one and do it with the full notice and comment period, which means that by the time this new survey, if they by the way, which they have not, to my knowledge, done yet. So by blocking them, we pretty much caught somebody's hand in a cookie jar. But by the time they would actually be implementing the survey, we'd be right in the middle of the election. They wanted this done and fait accompli before anybody had to go to an election and have it brought up then. Well, the next question is, why would the government roll over so hard? If they had to go to an actual, proceeding, you'd have discovery. And discovery would allow Riot and Texas Blockchain to ask for emails and communications. And I wonder if there was emails and communications between, I don't know, a Massachusetts senator directing an executive organization using undue influence to tell them how to do their job, which isn't her job. I mean, not necessarily legal, but definitely doesn't look good.
Now, legendary stuff on the TBC and Riot platform, so I think the entire Bitcoin mining industry was grateful for them doing so. Let's talk a little bit about what this means going into the election year and what this means on either end of the spectrum, whether Trump wins or whether Biden wins, because this will have actual implications for the Bitcoin mining industry, which is probably the most tangible part of the Bitcoin ecosystem besides probably like your trading exchanges and stuff you see in the SEC.
So, politics is often a dirty word in Bitcoin circles, and I get it, I do. But it's one of those things. If you're not at the table, you're on the menu, right? And Bitcoin is a young industry, and I think what this did for us going in the future, not just stopping the EIA. I mean, that's a cool win. Great, we stopped them. At least for now, we don't have to deal with that threat. But that's actually not the most important thing that happened. What happened was a lot of people in Washington, I believe, now see, wait a minute, we can't just push these people around anymore. They did something that almost no other industry has been able to do, and they did it in a couple of weeks. And they see us, I think, in a large ways, or maybe historically seen us as a fractured community that can't focus on anything. But when you put an existential threat in our lap, we're going to deal with it, and we did. And yes, it took Riot and Texas Blockchain to stand up and say, hey, we're going to be the ones to take this one for the team, and they did. Thankfully, they did, and they did it extremely well. But now people can't say, oh wait, these Bitcoiners, they can't do anything. We can just do what we want with them, and they won't fight back. We not only can fight back, we will fight back, and our track record is pretty good at 100% right now.
I love that. Okay, what about after election? Not to re-ask the question, but I am curious about that. I do think come October, some Bitcoiners may wonder, where should I go? I think for the most part, I don't think anyone's for them, but there is going to be, there is a track record of the Trump administration and the Biden administration choosing and working with Bitcoiners in different ways.
Well, I think that the track record with respect to Bitcoiners is pretty clear. The current administration, the Biden administration, is not our friend at all. Now, I'm gonna speak solely from the position of a Bitcoiner and have no other ideas on any of their other policies, which are crap anyway. But the Trump administration, I think, a future Trump administration, I don't know what they would look like for Bitcoin, but I can't see them being worse than the current administration. The current administration does appear to be run out of Massachusetts with respect to their policy on Bitcoin and energy and a lot of these other things. I mean, I guess this is all Bitcoiners. I can be a little bit salty here. I don't know if Biden is making any decisions other than which flavor of ice cream he wants this afternoon. So, really, I think a Trump administration, at least from a Bitcoiner's perspective, is probably marginally better. Do I believe that means that the Trump administration is going to be unilaterally good for us? Absolutely not. We still have to, keep on people because we are a small industry, and unless we continue to fight, they will decide to carve up our turkey. But I think that we will get a more fair hearing from certain people in that administration than we would in the current administration. If Biden happens to be reelected and maybe there's a Ripple partisan in Massachusetts instead of the current occupant of that particular Senate seat, maybe a Biden administration would be less painful for Bitcoiners, because I believe that would significantly reduce that problem. But since we are here in Colorado, and in my case Wyoming, and can't play games in Massachusetts, I know which way I'm thinking, and I'm going to vote for Bitcoin.
Okay, we're going to wrap this conversation up, but Colin, before we jump off the stage, I want to ask you, where can Bitcoiners, if they're interested in the political realm, work with other Bitcoiners? The ones that come to mind for me is Tom Mapes at the Digital Energy Council. Shout out to Tom. There's also a few other organizations out there, like the Social Action Fund, which I would also bookmark. But this is more of your world, so where would you point people towards?
I would say if you want to get involved nationally, the two that you mentioned are great. Satoshi Action Fund, I believe, is actually hiring right now for a policy or something. But often, if you want to get involved in politics with respect to Bitcoin, it matters what you do locally. There was situations here in Colorado where a county, Adams County was it, was trying to ban flare mining, and a bunch of Bitcoiners got together, and I don't know, I was involved at the beginning. I kind of pulled back from that, so I don't know where it stands right now, but I do believe that the impact of Bitcoiners going there at least put pause on them and made them think about it a little bit harder. So making sure that your friends and neighbors, the ones that you actually live with, if you see some local ordinance coming along, that's where you need to get out and fight if you're not willing to dedicate your life like it would be at the national level. And talk to your state legislators. People don't actually talk to them very much, so you can usually get a meeting with them pretty easily. Probably even here in Colorado. I know back in North Carolina, I could talk to them pretty much anytime I wanted. Wyoming is pretty much the same way, so I don't imagine Colorado is that different. But they're the ones who actually are going to have more of a bearing on your life, and they can screw things up a little bit faster than even Washington can, because we have Cynthia Lummis, we have some other people in Washington that are generally speaking on our side. That's great, but your local people, they're dealing with things that are different, and they may not realize that this thing or that thing is actually going to impact you.
Awesome. We got one question in the back.
Right to mine? So I don't know of any federal regulations coming on right to mine. I know Satoshi Action Fund is doing a lot with right to mine at the state level, and those are excellent. Obviously, if one of those types of regulations that is positive for Bitcoiners coming to your area, you want to talk about that and call up legislators and tell them that you like it. And also understand that when those things, if somebody comes in and says we need to cancel Bitcoin mining in your county or your city or your state, they're going to come with all of the usual FUD arguments that you guys any Bitcoiner is, you're almost bored having to deal with them because they're so bad. But you're going to have to. So dust off your knives, get ready for it, and assume that you're going to be disappointed with the quality of your enemy.
Colin, thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to move on to our next conversation. We're actually going to do a raffle. Colin, thank you again for joining us on stage. We're going to have Tatum join us for a raffle. Everyone lets a man give away presents. So if you participate in the raffle, definitely pay attention right now. For later in the day, we have a few more conversations, Bitcoin banking, a keynote address, a few more things going on. Still got some food in the back, there's brews as well. And then like over to Zach. Colin, thank you again.
Oh yes, okay, to the raffle.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. It's Tatum. We're just going to get maybe as you can see on the chair. Hey, yo, listen. Tell everyone. Can someone get the people from in there and to come out? Because I got free stuff. All right. All right. I want to sit down. Is that? Yeah. Come sit with me. Come sit with me.
There, put this up.
So let everyone funnel in here.
Hardware, can you bring the hardware?
We got a lot to give away. We got some socks, we got hats, we got shirts, we got a control board to give away. And of course, we got some wine from the Colorado wine Bitcoin guy himself, Justin. We got some hardware wallets from Casa. We got some mining pot Yetis from Mining Pot.
You got to throw those into the raffle too. He told me to run.
All right, sounds good. Cool. Adam. Are these going into? Okay, yeah. Cool. All right, do we have most people in here? Hey, if y'all want to scoot up, we got plenty of seats up here. Especially if you got tickets, you're going to want to hear this. We got a lot of Bitcoin bottles. Let's start with a Bitcoin bottle.
Hold on, I got to
Yeah. I'm just going to show them all. Don't worry. All right. We're first going to do a few Bitcoin bottles. This, what does it, keep your cold 12 hours hot, something. Yeah, 12 hours cold, 6 hours hot. See, I knew what I was talking about. 450 milliliter thermos. We got a couple of those to give away. And then some Fix the Money socks. I have some of these. I wear them all the time. My lovely assistant, Zach.
This is going to be hard to get out. All right.
Very good. All right. First one. So the first one we're going to do is, this is for a Bitcoin bottle. All right. And this one is 148289. 148289. Must be present to Joey. You have a Bitcoin bottle. I'll take it.
Want to verify me? Make sure that's right.
Oh wait, yeah, that's a good idea actually. Wait a second. I'm just kidding. Cool. Let's do another Bitcoin bottle. 148225. 148225. Going once, going twice, and we're going to do another one, alright? This is still for the Bitcoin bottle.
148198. 148198. Going once, go. Oh, hey, there we go. All right. Here is your Bitcoin bottle, and I will do the bad thing and trust that you're taking this. We have a lot of stuff here. But yeah, here, I'll take it to you. Yeah. Thank you. All right, she checks out. Let's do another Bitcoin bottle. These are actually cool. I hope I win. 148236. 236 for another Bitcoin bottle. Here we are. Here we go.
236. Boom, baby.
Nice. Oh, yeah, matches up. You get another Bitcoin bottle. Here you go. 12 hours cold, 6 hours warm. We got two. What? Well, hold on. We got two more. Let's just finish out the Bitcoin bottles. All right. One more Bitcoin bottle. Let's see. Or two more. Sorry. This one is 148344. 344 for the Bitcoin bottle. Going once. Going twice. All right. Let's get another one. 148196. Is that also him? 196 for the Bitcoin bottle. Going once, twice, and another one. For my lovely assistant. 148374. 374. Hey! We got 374 up there with a Bitcoin bottle. Let's see. There we go.
All right, thanks, man.
All right. If you were a little upset because you didn't get a Bitcoin bottle, I got some good news. We got one more Bitcoin bottle, all right? And this one goes to 148389. 389. Going once. Oh, okay. Hey, those 20 tickets he just dropped in really paid off.
I came to drop the hundo right before the raffle.
There we go. Awesome. Hey, all right. Hey, real quick before we move on. All right, awesome. That's Bitcoin's doing Bitcoin shit.
All right, these are all from the mic.
Right. Hey, real quick, want to plug the space. The space is a co-working space that we're creating, and if you're a member, you can go back to the table and you can learn how to be a member. And we are having a after party after this, a members only after party at Rumors Karaoke. If you show up and you're not part of the space, we will act like you do not exist to us. But definitely join the space. We have a lot of things coming. We will hate you. All right, I'm just kidding. All right, so Mining Pod sent us some Yeti cups here with a little magnetic slide. Let's see who the first one is. 148265. 265 for the Yeti. Going once. Go. Oh, 265. I think that's out of your range. Yeah, I remember you. All right, second, we're going to draw again for that. 148190. 190. Going once, going twice, another one. 309. 148309. Are you serious? Will, congratulations. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. You got 309?
I think so.
I think so. I'd like to check. All right, he checks out. Here is a Yeti cup from the Mining Pod. I just said it. Hey, check out the Mining Pod. Is that good? All right, there we go. I know that a lot of people wanted a Mining Pod Yeti. Well, guess what? We got one more Mining Pod Yeti, all right? This one goes to 148192. 148192. Going once, going twice, another one. Please, for the Mining Pod Yeti, 148382. Oh my God. Adam, he just, all right. Hey, wait, give me your 382 thing.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, you're right, I'm sorry.
Gotta be a Bitcoiner and verify, all right?
Yeah, trust but verify.
You're right, exactly. I trust you, right?
It's this one.
Yeah, hey, what are you gonna fill with these? What are you gonna fill those bottles with? How about some wine from Ben Justman, Peony Lane? It is right here in Colorado. This is what is this? This is a Syrah. Actually, don't know. Syrah? Yeah, Syrah. The Syrah goes to, a 2021 Syrah goes to 148,298. 148, there we go. Sorry, Adam, you gotta find something else to fill those bottles with. Congratulations. I'll take that, thank you, and enjoy. And let's give away, and this is AM Logic control board. It's what it is. It also has LuxOS pre-installed on it. LuxOS is a custom firmware that you can run your miners on. So, from Luxor. What?
Yes. Technically, yes.
The control board. If you win the control board and you don't want it, you sell it. 148,279. 279 for the LuxOS control board. Hey, there we go. Let me check them numbers and it looks good. There you go. Yeah, all right. We have a lot of stuff from Casa. You're probably about to get some stuff from Casa. We got some hardware devices. What is this? Oh yeah, we have Faraday bag, and also if you do want to sign up for Casa, the table is right there. You can use code Denver Halving for half off if you want to sign up for Casa. So let's give away some ledgers first. All right. A Ledger Nano S, and that goes to 148,281. 281 for the Ledger Nano S. Do I see a contestant? There we go.
Hey, just check.
All right, it looks good. All right, another Ledger Nano S. And this one will go to 148,292. What did I just do? I don't know. 292. Oh, y'all. Keep the Ledger Nano S away from the wine. The electronics and liquid don't usually go together. 292. Awesome. There we go. Awesome. Yep. And if you want another Ledger Nano S, we got another one. All right. Oh wait, how many do we have? Okay.
10.
Nice. If you don't know what a Ledger Nano S, ask anyone around. We can help you out. All right. It's important. 148,375. 148,375. No way, Adam. That is absolutely crazy.
Donate. Hey man, I gave you guys $100.
It lined up.
Are you verifying this?
I am verifying. Let's see if Adam gets another Ledger Nano. All right, you know. Wait. Yeah, we'll go Faraday bag.
So that's when you put your hardware device in.
Yeah, you put your hardware device in here. Was it block RFC or RC, NFC, whatever?
RFID bag.
FBI, SEC, all the three-letter agencies. All right, let's see. First Faraday bag for 148,278. 278 Faraday bag. There we go. Yeah, there we go. If you don't, you probably can't put the control board in the Faraday bag. It won't have anything to do. You know. Another Faraday bag.
I'd like to add this to the raffle. Oh, let's go.
Oh, you got. Oh my God.
That's an Avalon Nano, baby.
Holy cow! All right.
It's a miner.
Yeah, we now have a miner for the raffle. We'll do that later on. All right. Adam donated it, or upstream data. There we go. All right, so the Faraday bag, 148,311. 311.
Going once. All right. Hey, come on up. And we are going to go ahead and do another Faraday bag too. So you said 3-day one. 3-1-1. There we go. There you go. Yep, I verified, Eric. You're welcome. Which one? Oh, hold on, I got 3 tickets now. There we go. All right. Another Faraday bag is going to 148394. 394. No effing way.
All right.
Yeah, shake them up a little bit. Yeah, no, it says 394. He did just.
I'm throwing.
Yeah, do not blame me. I did nothing. Blame Zach, if anyone. All right. Well, look, I mean, we're trying. I'm going. All right, 381. Faraday bag. 381. Hurry! Oh my God.
No. What?
I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna tell you.
All right, well, congrats on the. All right, last Faraday bag is going to 148398. 398. I swear to God. Okay, there we go. Someone who's not Adam. Yeah. We are very grateful for your contribution. All right, Ledger Nano S. Hurry up, I can't. Will's gonna yell at me. 231 148231. Hey, there we go. 231. Ledger Nano S for you right there. Cool. I'll take that. And another Ledger Nano S is going to 148372. 372. Let's go. All right, guys, we got 3 more Ledger Nano S's. Don't worry, you got a chance. 372. Yeah, you're good to go. Let's go. There's a lot of tickets right here. Another Ledger Nano S going 148218. 218. Hey, here we are. Show me 218 and I will show you a Ledger Nano S. There we go. We gotta shock each other right there. There's a light. 148238. 238 for another Ledger Nano S. Going all right. 238. You gotta verify. Gotta be a big one, you know. All right, there we go. All right. And the last Ledger Nano S is going to 148237. 237 for the last Ledger Nano S. Going once, 237, going twice. Give me another ticket, sorry. 370. 148370 for the. Oh, I called it once, twice. Wait, which one? Wait, hold on. 370? All right, there you go. There you go. I'll take that.
All right, now these are Foundation passports.
Oh, we have more. We have more hardware. Foundation passports. We have 2 Foundation passports to give away.
These are the ones you want.
Yeah, and this is from Casa also?
Yes.
From Casa. Remember, Denver Halving if you want to sign up for half off. Do you need a ticket? Zach, what is going on?
I don't know.
Hey, everyone give it up for Zach. He was the one that planned all of this. This is his baby. This is his Super Bowl. Zach, we would not be here without you. You're welcome. All right, 148356. 356 for the Foundation passport. We're going once. 356. Going twice. Sold to the next ticket, which is 148244. 244. Oh my God, he's worse than Adam. There we go. 244. There we go. All right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. This one was a super random one, I promise. I saw him mix it up in his crotch. I said it like that. Foundation passport for 148299. Oh my God! Yeah, there we go. It's a lot better than the frequency of the others. We respect y'all, not those two. All right. You got 299 for me. That's 299. There we go.
All right.
All right, we're gonna do some BitDev stuff. We got some hats up here, 21 hats with the leading zeros on the back. Really cool hat. 21 million. I thought it was a leading.
6 zeros. 21.
Oh, it's. Then why would you put it on the other side? It doesn't make sense. All right, first hat is going to go to 148216. All right. You show me a 216, I show you a 21 million hat. All right, 216, there you go. And we get, hey, I know everyone wanted that hat, but guess what? We got one more to give away, all right? I should be a game host. 148317, 317 for the second hat. Hey! That's what I'm talking about. I'll take that from you. We got sorry, I shocked you. Thank you. All right, there we go. We got some socks, some Fix the Money socks. Pretty sick, actually. Oh, Adam, you want it? All right. He's probably going to get it. Hey, by the way, also, there's a sign if you want to sign it. The Denver BitDevs Halving party. Go over there and sign it before you leave. You can use your name, your signature, NIM, or whatever. I mean, we're not forcing you. Also, if you could put your thumbprint and your social security number as well. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're going to frame it, though. But, all right, Fix the Money socks. First one, 148224, 224 for the Fix the Money socks. Going once, going twice, and next ticket, please. 347, 1483. Hey, Tom! Show me a 347. There we go. Fix the Money socks. Hey, what happens when you fix the money, Tom? You fix the world. My mom was watching, so I'm not going to say the F word. She told me last night I had to stop cussing. But, all right, the second pair is 148209. 14. Hey! Man, all right. See, so, all right, there we go. So this goes back to my last talk about centralization of mining tools and block template generation. I'm just kidding. All right. Yeah, we'll do the seed roll kit now. These aren't open. You can generate seed phrases with these. It's like the manual way to do it. Really cool. I would open it, but it's sealed. Yeah, we did a workshop. You can go back on Denver BitDevs YouTube. Check that out. Subscribe. You can see previous presentations from Denver BitDevs meetups, which is right here, first Thursday of every month. All right, the first seed vault, right? Seed roll kit goes to 148220. 220. Going once, going twice. Next ticket for the seed roll. 148345. 3. Oh, Tom! Yeah, is that? Oh, there we go.
Call me Adam O.
Yeah, Adam. He just called you out. You got some competition. But guess what? Good news. Got another one to give away. Seed roll kit number 2 going to 148399. 399. Oh, hey, there we go. Look at this. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your donations.
3 shirts, whatever size.
All right, so we're going to give away these shirts. Here, grab one side of it. Just hold up. Denver BitDevs. And that looks like a certain beer that we're not going to name for copyright reasons, but it's brewed right here in Colorado. Great Golden. I'm just kidding. I don't know any copyright law. But we're giving away 3 shirts. Don't come up here. You can just meet us at the table. We'll give you whatever size you need. So the first shirt, the first of 3 shirts, is 148318. 318. Hey-oh, there we go. Hey, if you come up and get this ticket, and you prove that you have 2 tickets, then Dylan, just pay attention, all right? 318. I'll send you the number. I don't have the numbers. Just whoever shows you 2 of the same. No, that doesn't work yet. Yeah, hold on to that. If you show both of them to Dylan, it'll come up. Made that way more complicated. The second of 3 Denver BitDevs t-shirts goes to 148387. Wait, what number? Adam, hey buddy, what's going on? Hey. Here, I'm giving you this one, and then yeah, show Dylan, he'll get you a couple of whatever size. Final Denver BitDevs t-shirt, 148213. 213 for the last BitDevs shirt. Hey! Wow, all right. You got Foundry and Antpool right here. I'm just kidding. Hold on to that. If you show both of them, then you're good to go. All right, this is the last one. The Avalon Nano from Upstream Dad. Well, Upstream Dad didn't make it, but this is a home miner. A little what is it, 4 terahash or something like that? So this is actually really cool. I'm a little jealous. And the winner is 148349. Oh, Tom! Yeah, that's a little. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Hey.
I've won so much shit. I'm gonna give this away. Is that all right? It's a self-custody kit.
Yeah. All right.
May I introduce it?
Yeah. Go right ahead. Yeah.
3.125.
Okay, I have a self-custody kit. This is something I've made for the past 4 years. It comes with a seed signer. I'm sure you'll see what that is. It's a sign device. It comes with best practices and a 3-hour workshop myself. It's valued at $550. Because I run so much shit, I'm giving this away for raffle. Can't get it back over to you guys.
All right. Nice. Let's give it up for the last minute donation for the self-sovereignty kit right there. All right. And that goes to 148286. 286. All right. There we go. That's sick.
Watch the cable right there.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that donation. And thank you all for participating in y'all's donations to Denver BitDevs. And once again, if you want to join the space so we can keep this party rolling, I mean, we still got some presentations to go, so stick around. Don't leave. We still got beer and food, okay? You don't want to leave. But the space, if you're a member or want to become a member, go see the table and you'll learn about it. And we will be heading over to Rumors. And like I said, I will hit you if you show up and you're not a member of the space, okay? Especially Emily, all right?
Tell anyone to come talk to me if they want to get one.
Yeah, and remind me your name, sorry. I'm
Josh.
Josh.
Yeah.
Come find Josh if you want to talk more about the self-custody kit that he had. Sorry. God. Yeah, about 8:39 is when we were kicking everyone out. So, we got a couple more speakers.
Can I show the space quick?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Me and Wyatt. All right, next we're going to have Wyatt and Zach up here, but first I'm just talking quickly about the space. Taylor's alluded to it, but we are starting a Bitcoin hub, a physical spot here on the Rocky Mountain Front Range. We're calling it the space. A lot of people have alluded to it. We're working in the space, we're building in the space. We're focusing on Bitcoin and freedom. If you want somewhere to co-work, collaborate, socialize, have events, hang out, and everything in between, talk to myself, Eric, Wyatt, and a handful of other folks here, Dylan, and we'll get you involved. We're looking at building out real estate, locking in real estate shortly to have this physical location. This hub. We want feedback, we want members, and we want to grow and build something truly special. So if you're interested in the space, the premier spot to have a physical Bitcoin hub here on Rocky Mountain Front Range, come find me, and I'll get you some more details on that.
Also, if you go, we'll find a free like transaction, but we're on the Denver officer and grow a care, enter the space, all right? Grow a care, that's a motto. We got approval for music that we do. So, up next we have who was it, you and Wyatt? Or Zach and Wyatt, sorry. Zach and Wyatt talking about Bitcoin and finance. So hey, guess what? Zach and Wyatt are part of the space. Anyway, give it up for Zach and Wyatt. Zach.
I don't know. I think you described some water.
Okay, Zach is going to be grabbing some water for a second, so we're going to give a shout out to our sponsors again. If you just got here and not go to talk to the sponsors, break the ice. They also like Bitcoin. We talked about that at the very least. Casa, Luxor, so many other companies. Wayne Lyons is here. Go talk to your sponsors, vendors. They made this possible. Oftentimes they're operating the Bitcoin standard. Might have some goodies for you as well. Do us a favor, go talk to the sponsors. And thank you our sponsors for making today possible. Okay, we only have 2 more talks before we wrap up today. Halving was yesterday, our party was today, and then we're into the 5th talk. We're going to have this conversation on Bitcoin and finance with Wyatt and Zach. Zach's coming up in just a second, and then we'll finish out with Eric. He's going to give us his Bitcoin stump speech, which I'm pretty excited about. I might even be involved. I'm not sure what he said yet, so we'll find out. Okay, we'll get going in a second. Go Zach.
Really trying to cover. Yeah, I know you did a great job too. I ran out of context. Yeah, that's funny. There he is. Beer? Hey guys, there's only 600 people watching live. Let's go.
Don't leave me hanging, bro. In front of 600 people?
Yeah, sorry, I know.
Dang. All right, I got your questions on my Telegram.
Actually, I got yours right now. I just gotta give it a quick, like, see why I actually watch.
Sure, and then, yeah. And then, do you want to just give like a background, like an opener of like what we're going to talk about?
Yeah.
I'm going to look at your questions.
Well, thank you guys so much. I hope you've been enjoying the evening. It's been awesome. Just before we like totally dive in here, I have like a bullshit CYA. I'm a licensed financial professional. Basilic LLC is a registration process in the state of Colorado as an investment advisor. Basilic LLC and its members are not acting as a fiduciary or investment advisor at this time. This conversation is simply for entertainment purposes only and not investment advice.
Not investment advice. That's right.
Now that we got the fluff out of the way, we've had some great conversations about sovereignty, Bitcoin mining. We saved the best for last so we can talk finance. Zach and I are going to talk about how Bitcoin has revolutionized finance, not only commercially, also on a personal level. But just with that in mind, Zach, here's how you think a predictable monetary framework affects personal finance, personal savings. How has it gotten people to think personally about how they're allocating their resources?
Yeah, well, I think Bitcoin has a framework that you can actually plan your life around, right? So there is a problem with fiat currency that it loses value over time. It's actually by design, right? And because of that, if you are not spending it or investing it, you are losing your purchasing power, right? And so this level of like erosion that happens to your time, to your work, makes it hard to plan your life around, makes it hard to budget around, it makes it hard to figure out, do I have enough resources to start a family? Do I have enough resources to buy the house that I want and accomplish the things I want in life, right? So I think like from the most basic level, having a predictable framework that's disinflationary gives you an opportunity to add some predictability to relatively uncertain world, right? There's not much that we can actually confidently say this will happen. The halving, I don't know. Did you doubt that it was going to happen? I don't think it was happening, right? So the level of predictability with personal finances is going to revolutionize how people think about personal finance, because you don't have to just invest in stocks to keep your purchasing power, right? You don't have to necessarily be some sophisticated investor or hire a financial advisor. Sorry, but hey, I was a financial advisor in a former life, so yeah, man, I think it gives you something you can base base your life off of in a world where we desperately need such a stable problem.
Yeah.
What do you think about that question? Actually, I'm curious your result.
Yeah, no, totally. It's a great point, and I think there's so much sexiness, wrapped up in Bitcoin, and people kind of forget the basics. It is a deflationary technology. That's why it's often referred to as safety technology. So a fixed supply, monetary system where the capital you earn by providing value to other market participants that are willing to exchange their Bitcoin for the work that you produce for them. Like, it really just kind of changes the narrative. And I think a lot about how entrepreneurship it's like it's really build your economy, build this country. The ability for a person to make an investment now with their human and financial capital with the hopes that investment is worth more later. And what you have now is a cabal of Fed governors. It's 12 governors across the country. The Fed Open Markets Committee just sits down in a room and they get to decide the cost of capital right now, the cost of your money. They assign interest rates to this, and they also attempt to centrally plan a business cycle. So we have peaks, we have valleys, and you as an entrepreneur is really kind of at the whims of what the uniparty decides that they want to do, what they're feeling in any particular legislative body, whether it's red or blue, it doesn't really matter. They're not looking out for your business, and so it really puts the person who wants to make an investment in themselves, in their community, in their business, susceptible to these political movements. And what Bitcoin does is it gives you predictability where that by putting down a stake, by contributing your capital to something, that's not just going to be debased, it's not going to be right now. And so I think that's really going to lead to a boom of entrepreneurship, and because that's what they really want. You want to have that reassurance that that's going to be worth more, and I think it just really leads to a lot of purpose too, where it's like it's pretty deflating. Trying to keep up with the fiat cycle. It's like I'm working harder, but I'm not getting anywhere. I can't see the fruits of my labor, and that is really, I think, becomes possible.
Yeah, I think with entrepreneurship, there's so much risk involved already that adding risk to the second I turn my good or service into money, I'm on a melting ice cube, right? Like, that doesn't help someone who's already maybe apprehensive about taking risks. So what it does is discourage innovation too, because the more uncertainty you have, the less risk you take. It's just risk and reward, you gotta get it, right? So what you're doing is essentially forcing people out into the risk ladder that maybe aren't skilled enough to run a business or aren't savvy enough to invest. And maybe people who are just skilled at their trade, right? Like, they have something they're really good at, whether it's pipe fitting or whether it's cooking, or you don't need to be some savvy investor, and you shouldn't have to be to survive and thrive in the American economy. Like, that is absurd, and this is what centralized policy does to every single one of us. It forces us to take risks when we don't necessarily need to, and we all have grown up being accustomed to, you're supposed to invest your money in the stock market, right? These are all, like what David was saying, it's all side. I mean, it's literally like the more capital that keeps being forced into the stock market and various financial markets, the more that new capital keeps it propped up. So it's this sort of Ponzi scheme in a way where if new money stopped coming in, it would all dry up immediately. And so, you see this in things like the national debt, Social Security. I mean, we can't actually fund our country with the money, right? We have to create new money to operate it. And so this alone should just signify a problem with the underlying system. And if if it's broken at the top, you can bet
best believe it's also broken at the bottom as a result, right? And so, the actions that our leaders have taken have impacted not just every American, but the United States dollar is a global currency. So it's impacted the entire world. And inequality across other countries, like we're very fortunate here because the United States is the global currency. But we export our inflation to the rest of the world. And what you see is much, much worse living conditions all across the world. Compare any country. That's why Bitcoin adoption, although it's great in the US, it's not as important to the people here today. Because we are fortunate enough to actually have the best of the worst money. And so a lot of people haven't necessarily figured it out here yet, right? But the virus, the mind virus, I like to call it, is spreading, and it can't not because the system is fundamentally broken. And I think once we adopt a Bitcoin standard, as not just a country, but as a globe, you'll see the economy be a lot more efficient because you won't need to put money in GameStop or ANC or any of these things. You're just throwing money at the moon, hoping you hit the moon. But what in reality you're on to doing is making yourself work longer and getting further behind the eight ball, right? So that's what I'm thinking about, like the risk-taking, entrepreneurship side. Like the more you are forced, like through incentives, not actual force, but through incentives, the more our economy is built on those frothy boom and bust cycles, right?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. There's a few things I want to specifically hone in on there. And, when people say it's like the system's broken, it's like let's try to illustrate what we mean by that. At least as Bitcoiners, from a monetary money perspective. So you're absolutely right, and this is something I've just been able to follow on Twitter. Fortunately, we have a robust Bitcoin community around the world, but specifically Americans, one thing we don't realize, and there's not a lot of opportunity for us to realize when you're just transacting and going about your daily life, earning fiat dollars, spending fiat dollars, that because the U.S. dollar is reserve currency of the world, we are privileged. We have dollar privilege. Prior to El Salvador adopting a Bitcoin standard, they just used U.S. dollars because they had weak institutions. They were susceptible to corruption, and this is a similar story among much of the global South. So whenever the new, as David would say, the new PSYOP hits, or the Unit Party gets particularly hungry for a little bit more power, the next pandemic comes along and they decide they want to print $1,200 stimmy checks to send to their citizens. Like people in El Salvador who are spending U.S. dollars, they don't get stimmy checks. They just know their denominator increased and their numerator is worth less, and so they're susceptible to the whims of these political movements. And so what the illustration I want to add around the system is like the fiat dollar is a manipulated market, right? If you just remove any prior thought or consensus you have around money, and just think of it as a base unit of account, right? Like just a simple unit of measurement. There's a 900-pound gorilla in every room, because if you go to the energy market, the food market, it's like if the unit of measurement is manipulated, that means those markets are also manipulated, right? And so when the government, in this case, the Federal Reserve, these central bankers that we loathe, they're putting the finger on the scale. And it doesn't matter what good or service you're trying to purchase or that you work in, that scale is tilted to their lobbyists, their handlers, whoever they're trying to appease. So we have to understand that, and I think that it really gets kind of the core of what we mean when we say the system's broken, the money's broken. And I'm curious if you have anything to add to that illustration.
Yeah, I mean it's it's kind of happened in slow motion. It's sort of gradually then suddenly approach where it wasn't very obvious right away, but it's starting to become more obvious. And like you mentioned, like in America, let's just use the 1,200 stimmy check as an example. Like we all probably were pretty stoked about that if we weren't aware of what was going on. But
their money got devalued just like ours, but they didn't get any checks, right? Like everything we do to the dollar affects the globe. It affects how trade between other countries occurs, right? So there are wide-reaching effects in the instability that a fluctuating monetary system causes. I want to know if you have any ideas on like some ways that we might, let's say we have Bitcoin as a standard and we're moving towards this unmanipulated market. What does that look like? Do you have like a illustration or kind of an idea of like how things are different maybe?
Yeah, no, it's a great question and a great point. So it's like, well, what happens in a manipulated market, right? So it's like, yeah, I think it's so funny we still use these words like capitalism and markets, where it's like, in reality, it's like, what we're experiencing in everyday life like doesn't actually match the definition of what we're seeing. Like in a market, right, you have a price taker and you have a price you're a seller and buyer, right? And so when we have this 900-pound gorilla, right, and they're able to influence and put their finger on the scale, you end up with these price signals that aren't representative of what's actually going on in the market. So that's how you end up with like this entire concept of like zombie companies, right? You aren't able to distinguish the negative ROI projects. You aren't able to distinguish the bad actors. It's like theoretically, if I was a bad actor and I didn't act in accordance with my constituents, I should be negatively rewarded in the market. But because of that 900-pound gorilla, putting the finger on the scale, it's like I'm not able to distinguish that, right? They've distorted the entire market, right? Because that unit of measurement wasn't real to begin with, right?
There's a great illustration of this happening in Denver. So if you all have lived in Denver for more than 10 years, you're probably familiar with 5 Points or Rhino. It's not the same neighborhood anymore, and I would argue it's because of fiat currency. And in some ways, you might look at that as good, and sure that there are multiple facets to every argument. But if you look at like Brighton Boulevard, for example, in Denver, there's not a single building that existed there 10 years ago. Why is that? Well, better question, why is there all of a sudden all of these buildings in the last 10 years? Well, if you're a very large capital allocator, I'm talking billions of dollars, you're close to the Fed, close to the money, can't tell you the fact. You are, people who allocate that level of money usually have some kind of understanding about financial markets, probably, maybe not admit it, but more in tune to what Wyatt and I are talking about than they'd like to believe or admit, right? All of these buildings in Rhino, they're empty. They're empty. There's 8, 10-story tall office buildings all over Rhino. They're all empty, relatively speaking. They got a few people in there. There's a security guard. And the reason why is because this money is looking for a place to park value. If you have billions of dollars and you don't want to invest in the stock market at 30-something price to earnings at the highest evaluations it's been in decades. You don't want to hold cash either because the government is printing your value out from under you. If you sit on cash for 20 years, it won't be worth anything. You also don't want to buy bonds because the government isn't going to pay the debt off. They're just going to print new money to pay off your debt, aka value. So if you're a multi-billion dollar capital allocator, what do? Well, you take leverage out and you go buy real estate because the real estate, maybe it's not a great investment, but it sure as hell a better investment than holding cash in a bank account, right? So what you see is this malinvestment all across America. This is the gentrification that we see. It's driven through easy money policy. It's driven because as a result, the incentives of weak money. If I've got this money, I need to put it somewhere. Unfortunately, as a billionaire capital allocator, they haven't figured out that you can just put it in Bitcoin, any amount. There's no deterioration of the building. There's no permits, there's no local governments to deal with, there's no constructions going over bid, nothing. You can park infinite amount of capital and move it to anywhere in the world at any time. And this is something that's brand new, and people have to get their minds wrapped around it, right? But what you'll see is that over time, look, we got BlackRock, they're in now, right? The billionaire capital allocators who control the large majority of money, I'm not saying I want them here, but they're gonna be here. Bitcoin is for everyone. And they will stop making these what I would consider a negative net present value in real terms investments once they figure out Bitcoin. Now, people will say, well, that might be bad because it's going to stop the growth in the economy. That growth is built on a house of cards. It shouldn't exist in the first place. This is why we have boom and bust, right? If we had a slow and steady economy to base our framework off of, based on Bitcoin, things may not happen as fast, but they will happen far more healthily, and we won't be driven by the boom and bust cycles.
Absolutely, no, it's a great point. I actually want you to dive into this idea of, net present value calculations on a Bitcoin standard.
Yeah, well, it's tough, right? Because just by holding Bitcoin, you can increase your purchasing power over time. Maybe not for like a month or two, but if you're investing billions of dollars or large amounts of money, you're usually not trying to make a quick return anyway. These are multi-year, multi-decade, potentially investment projects. With net present value, you're essentially figuring out like how much does this have to make based on how much the money is losing in order for this to be a good investment. So if the net present value is very low, it's very easy to justify. If it's very high, then I've got the other way around. If the net present value is very high, then it's a very easy investment project to justify. If it's very low, probably better off just holding it in cash. With Bitcoin, it changes things a lot, right? Because now you don't even have to invest. You can just hold, save your money, spend less than you make, and go live your life. Wow, that sounds so complicated. You might not need a financial advisor for that. But the idea is that this net present value of things is creating more information symmetry in the markets too. Because we're saying, okay, well, if I'm gonna invest in this building or this construction project or open up a co-working space in Denver, the idea is that I don't have to do that, and I won't, unless I know it's a really good investment. Because the alternative is I can still just increase my purchasing power by holding Bitcoin. So only if I'm really confident and really think that it's going to be a good investment will I do it, right? So this self-selects a lot of the froth out of the market that otherwise might exist.
Absolutely, and I mean that's what you were talking about at the beginning of our conversation, right? About a Bitcoin standard, ushering in a new era of innovation, because it's only like the most quality projects that can be selected. It's like only the most quality projects that are worthy of the human and financial capital to go into them, because your money is accreting value, right? So you have to not only beat that return rate in order to justify making that investment in the first place, which is just something drastically different than the world we live in now.
Right. So I want to kind of like wrap us up with talking about the financial planning world, right? Because that was my first career as a financial advisor. Learned about Bitcoin through that and said I can't take it anymore. How do you think financial advisors carve themselves out a place in this new Bitcoin world? And what can they still do to add value to someone's financial plan, given that Bitcoin might solve most of what they need just by buying and holding?
Absolutely, no, it's a great question. Honestly, something I struggle with, or at least thought about a lot, too, and really kind of decided to shift my career into this space. I was always joke, I was traditionally trained in finance, like with the quick student loan debt down the drain. But I really kind of got reassured by Marty Ben, who's at TFTC, that's Bitcoin podcast, in my opinion, behind the money in your podcast, and your funds. But so it's like I'm not a technical guy per se. I can't code, so it's like it's like, well, how do I contribute to the Bitcoin ecosystem and with a maximal ethos? I always joke that Bitcoiners have a super high smell test here. It's like they'll find bullshit. If there's bullshit out there, it's like this is the group to sniff out. So he has a great podcast here. It's like, well, the biggest piece of the pie is just helping to grow adoption. It's like, how can you educate people? How can you get people off zero? So it's like that's how I'm kind of thinking about setting up my practice. And I think it really starts kind of three pillars I'm thinking a lot about. And one, it starts with sound in good faith, obviously, the caveats of, taking individual investors, current financial situation, goals, in mind. I'm not going to, suggest you buy the ETF, right? Because there's a large mission at hand, right? So I'm working with partners at, OnRamp, who's a Bitcoin only company, right? So they're building the space themselves, and their model is a multi-institutional, multi-custody model, right? So you can, buy Bitcoin in a fashion, that looks very similar to your Schwab account, but Q Trust holds the key and OnRamp holds the key. On-chain has been, pioneering the space with, multi-signature, custody, trying to develop relationships with Bitcoin, companies, to do this the right way. I also think, the second tier starts with not only education, but also evangelization. And, those two things are very similar, but different. I think, education is trying to teach people that, the Bitcoin isn't on the cold card, right? Evangelization is, teaching people that, BlackRock and Goldman Sachs dollarizing Bitcoin through the ETF isn't necessarily in the long-term interest of, the Bitcoin ecosystem, the Bitcoin community. And then, there's so many people, it's like as bullish of an event as this is, an exciting event as this is, your grandma, auntie, uncle, a lot of people still really aren't, there yet. We're still kind of in, the beginners, if you will. So I think, a lot of that is just, getting people off zero, getting them to, adopt, Bitcoin, with some of their, retirement or savings, and then, just doing that in the right way is kind of how I'm thinking about it. And, I think that's, dollar cost averaging, getting them used to the volatility. There aren't many assets, like Bitcoin out there. So as they're getting more familiar, they'll be comfortable holding through, following through, volatility, and then, when tough times come, they'll be confident, like, no, I'm not selling.
Want to add to that, I think if you take away anything from our discussion, I would like it to be that I don't think of Bitcoin as an investment. I think of Bitcoin as a savings tool. When you look at it like that, it's very nuanced, but it's a very different place in your personal budget, personal finance, portfolio, whatever you want to call it. So, in sales, and I know you've got sales experience too, right? Like, oftentimes people will try to sell the solution. It's like, okay, well, tell me, like, why should I buy Bitcoin? Or, like, tell me why your product's good. Just like, give it to me rapid fire. People do that all the time. And I think that if people ask, like, if you should buy Bitcoin, or why should you buy Bitcoin, or anything related to Bitcoin, you should reframe the question and refocus it back on the problem. Because financial advisors can talk about the problem. Your friends and family at Thanksgiving, they can talk about the problem. How expensive this year's Thanksgiving is compared to last, and compared to the last one, and compared to the last one, and compared to 10 and 20 and 50 years ago. And so if you focus on teaching people the problem, and I think financial advisors are especially in a position to be able to do this effectively, they already have the trust from the legacy world. They already have the credibility. You can use this position of authority to teach people about the problem with holding fiat currency. The solution can be a number of things. It can be real estate, it can be stocks, it can be Bitcoin, it can be many, many things, right? But the idea is that you teach people that what they're currently doing is a problem, and let them figure out the solution. And when they're ready, and when they really recognize it, only then are they ready to actually embrace the solution, which we all here think is Bitcoin, right? So I think Bitcoin is not an investment, so I don't have to give any disclosures because it's not talking about investments. It's a savings tool. It's a money that you can predictably base your life off of.
Yeah, that is just beautifully said. That's really well done. And if you just kind of flip that question on its head a little bit, and it's like, okay, if we fundamentally agree, the money's, broken, I'm thinking about it, how I'm, talking to, potential, clients where it's like, okay, so, in your classic, portfolio, 60-40, that's out the window. So it's like, okay, well, do you want to store your value in like a non-US stock, try to take it into diversity? It's like, well, that, your money or the companies you're invested is located in, is that the money? Well, so that kind of adds up, that huge, type of assets. And, it's like, well, that, type of combinant, investment. It's like, well, U.S. Treasuries, well, again, the problem is the money's broken, and it's like, some corporations, Apple, issues, use debt, okay, some real estate, some hard assets, some commodities, like, okay, we're getting there, but it's like, safety, and I believe, has lines like investing is like a full-time job. It's like, how am I supposed to do my full-time job, to earn capital, and then, it's like, oh, I have all these different investments, are these correlated, it's like, am I probably diverted? It's like, it's a jumbled mess, and you're right, it's like, Bitcoin really helps simplify this for people, because it's like, back to its roots, it's a decentralized, store value that isn't subject to the whims of the uniparty. And it's like, I do think, I'm optimistic, I think people are starting to realize this, Trueflation is a very, interesting project. Apologies to their Boston has promoted this a lot. They've tracked, through their, independent metrics that they've open sourced, and you can track it. It's like, your dollar's been deflated 24% over the last 3 years, and so it's like, that creates a huge burden on people, and it's like, there's a very, simple alternative, and I think that should give people hope.
Yeah, I think, things aren't necessarily getting more expensive. It's that your wages in real value are declining in purchasing power. Everything's going up. Your investments, Bitcoin, your house price, your rent, your food, everything. And it's not because those things are going up. It's because the measurement has no meaning. So if you were to tell someone you're 6 foot tall, but then that changes all the time, I don't know. What does 6 foot tall even mean? Is that tall? Is it short? I don't know. That's our money. We don't know. We're all running around like chickens with their heads cut off, have no idea what we're doing, trying to make the most rational decision with an irrational system. So Bitcoin solves that. Fiat currency is more of the same. You got anything else to say? Cool. Thank you guys so much. And our last talk tonight will be Eric Yates. Eric is the author of The Seventh Property. If you haven't read this book, you should. It's the best Bitcoin book out there. You ready?
I'm ready.
You
No, I'm just going to talk. Hello. This is sick. I've been having a blast. This has been a really good time. So the topic that was kind of given to me today was, why is the halving so important? And there's a lot of ways that you can look at this question. There's, from an economic perspective, I think something really cool about not just the halving, but this halving in particular. When we look at money, and we look at the adoption of money throughout history, there's fundamental properties that were the reason why private market actors decided to adopt different forms of money. And within the past 50 years, we're operating in a world where money isn't chosen by people anymore, and it's not backed by anything at all. And we live in the most debt-ridden society that we've ever lived in history. So, there's a famous quote that a lot of you have probably heard from Ludwig von Mises, that it takes some sly roundabout way for a new form of money to emerge that government can't ultimately stop. And that's what Bitcoin was. And what's interesting is, why are people going to adopt Bitcoin? Bitcoin has superior fundamental monetary properties. This is what I write ad nauseum about in my book. But what I think is really important about right now is that if you look at gold and why gold persisted is the number one private market chosen money throughout the vast majority of monetary history since we had precious metals. Its inflation rate ranged between about 1.5% to 2.5%. And every year since the inception of Bitcoin, when its supply rate gets cut in half, that means the inflation rate of new Bitcoin that comes into the market is declining. So, last year, or in the fourth epoch, we've been sitting at a range of about 1.7% inflation rate in Bitcoin, on par with gold. And we have this digital gold narrative, and we're capturing the market of gold today. But with this fifth epoch, the inflation rate is now halved, and we're sitting at about 0.8% supply rate increase. So we're better than gold now, officially. And that's badass. Yeah. So that means that Bitcoin is now the scarcest commodity in the world. And that's crazy to think about. It's crazy to think about what's been created and that we're witnessing something that can't be stopped by governments. It's now the scarcest commodity in the world. And this event is the epoch that ultimately created that. You gotta yell. You gotta get mad. This is fucking great. Yeah, we're here. So that's really cool. And then it's like, okay, well, a lot of you probably heard about how all the debates happen of like, well, is this being priced into Bitcoin, and are people aware of that? And the fact is that the supply rate issuance of Bitcoin is priced in. People know about that. What people don't know is the value of Bitcoin. And that's the most important thing, and that's why we're all here today. So we have this decentralized network, but it is in these organized groups all around the world, every year, every moment of the day, when we're all interacting with each other and we're all saying, hey, here's why Bitcoin's important. I don't understand certain aspects of it. I want to learn more about it. And we're having conversations like I've been having all day at this event. When this process is happening all over the world, that is what is pushing all of the ideas that people haven't understood for hundreds of years, and that we're recreating in the modern economy. So there's a shift in the zeitgeist that's occurring. There's this shift in sorry about 4 beers. What's the Overton window? That's what I was saying. So the narrative's changing. We're watching this happen in real time. It's all over the news. It's everywhere. And this is the bottom-up movement that's creating it. What I think is really important is being involved in these local communities. And when we're pushing ideas and understanding the value of Bitcoin, this is where it all comes from. It was about 4 years ago, at the beginning of the last epoch, that I started writing my book. I was working in finance. I finally started to get Bitcoin, and I decided that, hey, we're looking at one of the largest computing networks in the world that's growing faster than the internet, and it's at a point where it can no longer be stopped. What am I doing not committing my life to this? That's when I started writing the book, and I got involved in my local meetup, and I was like, hey guys, I'm like working on this book, and a lot of guys are kind of like, yeah, okay, like you're working on this book, whatever. But there was a lot of guys who stood there and supported me. We have Mark Mariah in the back right here. He's one of my biggest proponents. We've got Hunter right here. We've had a lot of technical discussions over the years. I learned quite a bit from him. Whereas we got Carlinho, all the way from Guatemala City in the back. Got to meet the Guatemala Bitcoiners with them, see their community out there and what they're working on. Very elite group. Zach, who was just up here, was one of the first people to read my book and start promoting it. And now, what I've seen in watching all of this grow over the years, and all the support that's come towards me to allow me to, now have an internationally published book that started self-published. And I'm speaking at conferences all over the world, and it's all because of the community and where this all started. And get a little emotional. Yeah. Hold on. All right, get it together.
So it's been it was a great epoch, and I don't know what's coming in this next one, but the community here is what is going to make this all happen. So I encourage everybody to take on risk, get involved in this community, and pursue something that you think is valuable in life. And I think that this is one of the most valuable visions that you can go after. So get involved in the local Denver community. If you're not from here, get involved in other local communities. We're changing the world with this technology.
Damn right.
And enjoying the space. We're gonna get a physical hub out here. We're gonna build this thing. This is gonna be the most influential community in Denver. By the end of the next epoch, we can pull it off if we get enough support. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Wait, can I get Zach up here? I know, Zach, we're all tired of hearing from you. But we do want to thank Zach for being kind of the spearhead leader of Denver BitDevs. Yeah! Big round of applause to Zach. For putting all this together, the food, the speakers, Zach did so much to get this together. So we're going to wrap up now. Zach, you're doing something? I'm going to sit down for this one.
504.
So, first off, thank you all for coming. This is awesome. A couple months ago, I was like, hey, we should have a having party in Denver. We've got a huge crew here. Will was like, we're going to get 150 people. I was like, no way, dude. I think we overdid that. I think we got 200. So, amazing turnout. I just wanted to share like a quick story. Like I was talking about 4 years ago, I was a financial planner. I was helping people invest in stocks and bonds and all that stuff. And now we're here, and I can't imagine ever giving financial advice again, except for buy Bitcoin.
Yeah.
4 years ago, last halving, I remember sitting in my apartment, unemployed, watching the stock market crash as a result of the Fed's actions, and that's what really lit the fire under me. I was like, you know what? I'm in my late 20s, and if I don't do something now, I'm gonna be stuck in this industry that's going in the sand. And wow, what a last 4 years whirlwind this has been. I've met some of my best friends. Pretty much all my friends are Bitcoiners now, and I've finally found purpose in my work and in a community that I can hang out with. So I hope you all find that separately and individually for yourself. And I can say Bitcoin has changed my life. I hope it changes yours for the better too. So thank you guys all for coming. We're going to be here for another hour or so. We still got beer, still got food. The space is going to have an after party for members only. Tatum will punch you if you are not a member. But yes, sincerely from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys so much. This was an idea, and now it's real, and it's been amazing. And I'm just beside myself, so thank you all so much. We got another hour. Let's party, eh?
Thanks to Will, too.
who has volunteered involved. Tyler,